All right, we're here, ready, we're good to go. I'm ready to finally finish up Everything or Nothing. This game's been pretty sick, and by pretty sick, I mean incredibly sick. And I'm happy to finally get back to it. I was frustrated not to be able to finish it on Saturday, as I had this annoyingly persistent headache creeping in. But as I said back then, you know, there's a silver lining to this, and that is that we get to spend one more evening to Everything or Nothing. What is up, the opponent? What is up, policy? What is up, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, etc., etc. Welcome, everybody, and happy Monday. Mendel91, greetings, greetings. You should try riding on a missile. Well, I'll have you know, I spent considerable effort building that helicopter. The little jig's definitely gonna just have to suck it up and appreciate it. That's the mode of travel we can afford, and that's the mode of travel we will accept. What's up, Ramon? Welcome. Which isn't to say, of course, that we won't see new and exciting adventures, scenes, events, and modes of travel making their debut in World of Jiggy sooner or later. Perhaps later rather than sooner, but it all depends on your timeline. I am, as previously mentioned, putting that project a little bit on the back burner for now. I have a lot of ideas. I have a lot of things that I want to get working on. Fixes, quality of life improvements, additions, all kinds of new features and new content. But not only did I want to take a bit of a break so that I can return to it with fresh eyes and have a better idea of what I want to prioritize, the more pressing concern is that the time that I would spend on that is time that I need to spend on some other work, some other creative endeavors that will actually generate an income. I'm kind of in a highly experimental transitional period in my professional career at this instance and this moment in time that well, currently at least, transition is maybe not the right word for it, but it's an unusual time for me in that I have a reduced hours at my day job, meaning I have to, well, I was gonna say I have to fill my days with other activities, and that's not really too much of a problem. Especially this time of year, I can keep myself busy just you know, hanging out in the sun and just chilling. However, I need to also supplant my income with some other work, and that's actually progressing in a very exciting way. I have been for the first time really in any serious capacity open up the door for paid commissions for illustration work, and over the past 24 hours, 36 hours roughly, I have had a surprising amount to me, I guess, or at least a validating amount of interest from people I know and people I don't know, and I have already taken on a few commissions that I'm excited to get working on. It's going to be fun to do some drawing. I haven't been doing that in a while, but I'm kind of figuring out that puzzle in terms of how to schedule my time and how to fit in my day job, my second job, streaming, other creative endeavors, and other, I don't know, leisure time. And it's a bit of a transition in that I've been at this day job full-time for just a smidge over 10 years at this point, so it's been a nice steady anchor in my daily life that is now being uprooted a little bit, and it's a bit of a challenge to figure it out, but I'm pretty excited about the opportunity that I have at this current moment in time of trying things that I wouldn't have felt super comfortable trying under other circumstances, I think. So I think it's on the whole a positive development, but it is something I have to kind of finesse and figure out a little bit. But what that means in a practical sense in the very immediate short term is that I need to focus some time on that work stuff and just kind of get comfortable with that and figure out how I will do it and how I will piece everything together again in terms of scheduling and whatnot. But at the very least, I will still be having time off in July, maybe a little bit of June and August, we'll see. During which I expect to put some significant elbow grease into future development for World of Jiggy. I have a very loose plan, or kind of loose objective, I guess we could call it, for the next kind of major milestone update, in which I want to create the first kind of minigame, the first of what I hope to be multiple interactive minigames. There are a few different designs on what that will be in more specific detail and how it will work. I don't want to give anything away just now, but as it starts taking shape, we'll see. I'm not sure if I will maintain a fully secretive development approach or if I'll iterate more publicly. We'll have to see. At the very least, I think I'm going to want to get a kind of skeleton for that thing up and running first. But as I said before, I have a vision for the different kinds of features and content and types of things that I'll be using this sort of platform for. And the interactive minigame aspect is like kind of one of multiple pillars, I guess you could call it. And because that pillar doesn't really exist in any form currently, I want to establish that to kind of, before I dig deeper into and like sort of expand further on the stuff that's already there, I want to make sure that more of those separate pillars are represented. So that's what I see as kind of the major like next step. Having said that, I don't know specifically how complicated that'll be. I have a pretty clear idea of how what I need to do and how to do it, but it's hard to estimate how long it's going to take. So it's entirely possible that I will, instead of laser focusing on only working on that, I might spread myself out a little bit to work on multiple things, some of which may be ready sooner, some of which may be developed in a more public capacity. I don't know. It's exciting. It's a fun project to work on, and I'm really looking forward to putting more time into it. But, well, I'd been thinking and saying to myself, and forget if I said it publicly, but like, oh yeah, I'm probably not gonna work more on that for the rest of this month, for the rest of the month of May. But the month of May is, you know, steadily approaching its end, and I'm not sure if that means I feel comfortable diving right back into that stuff. We'll have to wait and see. I have a kind of slate of commissions that I need to work on, and I'll have to get a better sense of how much time I need for that. If I can get most of that sort of out of the way before the end of the month, which doesn't seem impossible, maybe I'll have more time to dedicate to World of Jiggy sort of by the time we go into June, but I might not. We'll have to see exactly how that shakes out. But like I said, over summer at the very least, if nothing else, I expect to put more time into it. In any case, we're not here to discuss my professional work schedule or other existential quandaries. We're here for one real purpose, and that purpose is Games Bond. We will, unless there's like 8 more levels than I expected, we should stand a fairly reasonable chance of finishing up Everything or Nothing tonight. And we should hopefully also have enough time to do a proper spreadsheet update. Something that we had to rush through a little bit after the GBA game because we were running late on that one stream. If we have time, and it's hard for me to gauge. I'm not sure if there's like 1 hour left of gameplay or 4 hours left or how much is left of the game. But if we have time, I would like to revisit the GBA game for one specific reason. The GBA installment of Everything or Nothing has a level early in the game where you are in a casino, and I had noticed on the main menu of the game there's like an option for what appears to be playing a blackjack minigame. I didn't go into it, and I thought, oh, that's pretty neat. That's kind of like the Game Boy game where there's like I want to say there's blackjack and one other. There's a casino in that game, and you have to do a little bit of gambling. And in the Game Boy game, it's actually like a hidden cheat code, I think, to access like the gambling stuff as sort of a separate minigame. So I figured, oh, okay, that's kind of neat. I guess they did the same thing here. They made this thing as a little minigame, so you can access it from the menu instead of just doing it in-game. And sure enough, an early level of the game is set in a casino. Except there's no gambling minigame. And it wasn't until after I finished the game, after I ended the stream, the thought occurred to me. It's like, wait, hang on. We didn't actually see any blackjack. That's weird. So since then, I always figured, well, we got to go back and just take a look at that and see what that was. It's possible that there is a blackjack minigame that you just can miss because it's not mandatory. Maybe there was supposed to be a blackjack sequence in the game and it was just cut, so they just placed it as a separate thing in the main menu or something. I don't know. But regardless, the game has an option for something called blackjack, and we didn't ever look at it. If memory serves, I was kind of a little what's the word? Sloppy, a little quick to fill out the bond quotient part of the spreadsheet as well. I recall leaving some stuff empty because, like, well, I'm not sure. We'll have to double check later. And like the gambling stuff would presumably be one of those things. So at the very end of the day, when we're comparing all the data, of course, for the sake of thoroughness, I will need to do a bit of double checking for a lot of games, just reviewing the footage and making sure I have everything documented as accurately as possible. So there's no super high pressure to make sure everything is there correctly, but I think I would be negligent in my duties if I know about a blackjack option in a menu for a game and we didn't even look at it. So I'd been wanting to go back to that, but because it was just kind of presumably a very quick little thing to check, it didn't really make sense to sort of stop to do that at the beginning or like before starting this game. But a stream like today, if we do have a little bit of time over at the end, it might be the perfect opportunity to just check in on that and see what was up with it. Whether we have time for that or not remains to be seen, but we'll just keep playing the game and see where it takes us. So on that note, why don't we hop on over to the old Games Bond scene. All right. Let's see here. Start with this screen right here. After Lord Basehole went on an absolutely reckless sub-gifting, whatever kind of spree he went on, it sure was a spree, and as a result, I got a lot of new subscribers, which I appreciate. We got a lot of new skulls in chat. But more to the point, we have achieved another daily objective, and we are in fact now at the precipice of yet another secret mission. We have completed 9 daily objectives out of 10, and we only have the 1 left. And these daily objectives are achieved by supporting the channel via, for instance, gifting subscriptions, paying for your own subscription using your Prime sub, which reminds me, I probably have a Prime sub to use somewhere. I'm really bad at remembering to do that. Bits, donations, etc. All contributions will add to the Q credits. And if we reach a sum total of 1,000 Q credits, which is the equivalent of 1,000 bits, over the course of this stream, we will achieve the daily objective. It dawned on me just now that I'm pretty sure I have not actually prepared the slide for the next secret mission. I know what it is, but I don't think I prepared the slide for it. That's a bit of an oversight on my part, but I'm gonna have to remember to do that. I always thought, well, I'll get to it when we get closer to the objective here. We're actually very close now. In any case, when this goal is met, I will announce what the next secret mission will be, and we will pencil it in.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Mr. Tomcat26, pulling their weight. Thank you very much indeed. 5 months of Skull Club membership. Please value that bright green skull, because if you subscribe any further, it will be upgraded. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Tomcat26. Please enjoy your skull, your unspeakable horrors, and your sense of fulfillment for having contributed to the Q Branch Research Funding Initiative. But enough about that. Let's take a look at our more pressing objective, which is, of course, to continue and hopefully finish 007 Everything or Nothing. This game has been pretty incredible, and the most incredible thing about this game, potentially, is the way that it has been increasingly incredible with every stream. It's a high bar to clear, but it's kept, you know, leapfrogging it at every turn. We've had some pretty amazing, like, it's shocking to me that for as cool as a lot of the set pieces and stuff has been in this game, most of the most memorable, sickest, cool levels and moments in this game are all vehicle levels, which is like crazy to me. I never expect that kind of stuff to be a highlight of any game. Any action game that has vehicles as like a, you know, a thing that's in the game as a sort of a side thing, or you know, you expect it to be tolerable at best. In this game, I mean, I wouldn't say that they've been all better than the on-foot levels, because the on-foot levels have largely been great fun as well. But a lot of the spectacular moments, like the fucking rooftop motorcycle sequence, like, holy shit, that was just so unbelievably sick. But who knows what's in store for us? We just had a climactic showdown against Jaws, where we were on a underground facility jet plane elevator of some kind, and he had a flamethrower and had to explode the tank on his back, and this is the whole thing. That was pretty cool. And ostensibly what's kind of left in the game is some kind of showdown, presumably with Heidi Klum, and some kind of showdown with Willem Dafoe. Will they have spectacular boss fights like the one against Jaws? I reckon they will. What form they will take, who's to say? In the GBA game, there was a major kind of element of the sort of nanobot-powered super soldier enemies. The whole nanobot plotline and what that sort of deals with, much like most other elements of the game, have actually been fairly different between the GBA and the console game. In the levels that lead up to the end of the GBA game, kind of the equivalent of the levels we're at now in the PS2 game, all featured enemies that were like nanobot powered, which, if memory serves, essentially meant they were they were impervious to bullets because the nanobots disintegrated the bullets, I guess. I don't know. So you had to use some other weapon. There was some kind of special anti-nanobot weapon that you could fire. Or I think you could just punch them. I think that worked also. So like mechanically, that seems like it would be a thing that could perfectly map to the PS2 game. So is that going to be a thing? And is that going to be what the Willem Dafoe boss fight is? That was always my expectation going into this game, but it became apparent very quickly that the PS2 game has very little in common with the GBA game, even in terms of the locations and basic sort of action beats and set pieces and stuff. And the boss fights, like everything has been so different. So I think we shouldn't really make any assumptions based on that game. Either way, it would be a shock for this game to deliver a like underwhelming whimper of an ending in any capacity. But I'm excited to find out. So without further ado, let me boot up my upscaler here. Let me boot up the PS2. And see if we can get this show on the road. Let's see if we can that work. Taking a moment to load the disk. Yep. As is usually the case. I will warn once again that the opening theme song, which is a cool element to this game among many, and not bad a song either, to be honest, is, however, DMCA bait and VOD muting bait, which is just all kinds of headaches to try to work around. So I will be muting game audio as the opening plays out. That is unfortunate, but it is the lesser of a few evils, I'm afraid. There are probably some manner of volume adjustment and talking over it or what have you that could protect us. But I don't want to take unnecessary risks. So let's turn the audio down and enjoy the visuals. And hopefully I do this correctly so it actually does get muted. I am a little bit concerned that this is going to play over the end credits as well, causing trouble, but we'll have to we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I do think it is it still bothers me that this opening credit sequence only has the actors. It doesn't feature any of the game's staff, which I think is strange and bad. But for what it is, it's still pretty fucking sick. All these tanks. It's kind of cool to see this now that we've like seen most of the plot of the game. So you can kind of get a little more context. The guns disintegrating. The nanobots, I guess. Got the whole red square and tanks and all that shit. Makes sense. Oh, what's up, Sword Fan? I also kind of hate this shot. It's kind of I mean, it's not a bad title screen, but it's a weird screen for the opening credits to end on, like, because you wouldn't have that in a movie, basically. It's a weird little stylistic thing, in my opinion. But obviously, a very minor nitpick, considering the extreme lengths this game goes to compared to just about any other Bond game in providing a thoroughly satisfying but also just rich 007 kind of experience. Okay, we're loading our save game here and taking a look at what is up the mission selection. Almost payday, haven't bought a lot of stuff this month. Pretty good. Yeah, I had the same realization the other day. I get paid on the 27th and not the 25th, so it's on Monday, but yeah, I've been pretty diligent with my splurging. Although, having said that, I have found myself in a very troublesome situation due to I'd ordered a figure from Japan, pre-ordered a figure, and the figure arrived, and at the time of ordering it, I had to order it to a Japanese address, so I used my proxy like storage address to send it to. Almost immediately upon shipping out the figure, the company communicated that they had there was a bit of a fuck up. They were supposed to include like a sticker sheet as a loyalty bonus thing for anyone who ordered it from there, but they had failed to include it in the box. So they were like, all right, this is our bad, we fucked up, but we'll make sure that every customer gets the sticker sheet sent free of charge. So I'd gotten the box to my proxy like store warehouse thing, and I was waiting for the sticker sheet to arrive, and I was like, well, I'd want to consolidate them, so let's wait for it to arrive. But it took a long time, so the box was sitting there and it was kind of running out of time for how long I could store it there. So at the end of the day, I was like, well, fuck it, I guess I'll just have to ship it. So I had the figure shipped, and I have it right here, it's arrived. But pretty much like the day, like I think less than 24 hours after I shipped it, the sticker sheet arrived at the proxy service warehouse. So I'm like, well, that sucks, but whatever. I don't really care, frankly, about the stickers. I don't know if I could instruct them to like throw it away or whatever, but either way, it's like a tiny little sticker sheet in an envelope, whatever, right? It's like, I could just have that shipped. Feels like a bit of a waste, but that shouldn't really cost anything, should it? So just today, I happened to, because I got a reminder that now the sticker sheet has been sitting there for a while, and there's a limit to how long I can keep that there. So I was like, well, all right, let me just look what it's gonna cost me to have it shipped. And it is, according to their page, 70 grams. That is not very heavy. Apparently, the cost to have a 70 gram package shipped is like 2,000 to 3,000 yen. I'm like, what the actual fuck? How is that possible? So I don't know. I'm not sure what the play is here. I was thinking of like, do I want to order something from like Japanese Surugaya to like that I couldn't get from the overseas store to have it shipped to Tenso and then consolidated. But now I'm like, dude, I'm not even sure how many days I have left there, and Surugaya aren't known for lightning fast shipping. So am I gonna be so annoyed at this that I'm just gonna let that sticker sheet sit there until they start charging me daily for keeping it in storage, so it's gonna be even more expensive? I don't know. So my strategy for now, I discovered this like very shortly before starting stream, so I haven't had time to really digest it yet. But as it stands, I'm thinking of like, all right, is there something I want to buy from Japan that, whether or not I could have it shipped directly to me, that I will choose to ship to my proxy warehouse in Japan for the sole purpose of consolidating it with this 70 gram sticker sheet, just so I can get that out of there without like worrying about it. It's such a stupid situation, but thankfully, because I have been fairly stringent with my spending this month, I guess I can afford to deal with it. It's so stupid. Still gotta ship it in the box. I guess there's gotta be some reason. But that's the thing. I guess they typically like repack stuff and whatever. Although I'm not sure they usually do that, actually. I don't know what the deal is, but it is what it is, and I don't really have much choice in the matter. So I'll just have to figure out a way to deal with it. Space Hoppercopter, what is up? What is up? Anyway. Let's not worry about that. That's my cross to bear. I will figure that out. Oh, dude, this fucking level. This is the godly motorcycle level in Peru. So we found ourselves in this platinum mine, right? That's what this kind of led up to. This whole this whole trip to Peru, where we infiltrated this guy's organization to dress up as a rally driver so we could compete in and win a race to win a date with Willem Dafoe, show up to the date in our finest tuxedo only to realize he knew who we are, and he's like, well, okay, Mr. Bond, I'm gonna place you in a death trap and have you killed. And then we had to escape. Like, it was a little silly. I mean, it was cool, but made Bond seem a little stupid. We were in said death trap in this mine, and then we escaped. And I guess we had already heard at that point, because we were securely fastened in a death trap. Willem Dafoe felt comfortable explaining his grand plan, which was to, I guess, destroy all of Moscow so he could take over Russia and then Europe and then the world, something like that. He's equipped with his super weaponized nano machine tanks. This weaponized nano bot, whatever. Basically, it can disintegrate metal. Any metal that isn't platinum, which is what these nanobots are made of. So he's got this squadron of platinum tanks. We procure one of them and started fighting the other tanks and blew some shit up to protect more stuff from getting blown up. And then I guess we found ourselves discovering an entrance to this underground facility underneath the Kremlin or something. And we went inside, and there were laser grid traps, and at the bottom there somewhere we fought Jaws. And now you guys are pretty much caught up. Clearly there is more than one level left. How many? I don't know, but I presume there are few enough that we can finish tonight with without too much trouble. Hopefully more than one or two, because the game's sick and I would like to keep playing. So I think that puts us pretty much up to speed. So let us resume the game and start the timer. Agent difficulty level. Let's do it. Up left empty. Greetings. Oh yeah, we ejected ourselves from the pilot seat of a half-destroyed fighter jet and parachuted our way down here.
Not the escape route I would have taken, but it seems to have done the job.
Thank you, Em. What is my exact location?
We believe you're in the secret Kremlin nuclear command bunker.
Oh, my controller is a bit... I guess I've got some kind of stick drift happening off and on. What am I looking at? Okay, explosive barrel. I think that's a dude. Yep. In the midst of attacking, apparently. Okay, that was a Bond move, apparently. Ouch. I'm fine.
remember we suspected they had built something like this during the Cold War.
I fear what Diablo may be doing with it.
What was that button prompt? Oh, platform something. Okay. I think I missed something. There was a switch there that I could activate. But I fell down. I didn't think I could just walk off the ledge. Okay, protective crates. Nice. Aiming when it works is actually pretty slick. Oh, thank you. Grab some of that. Collect hammers. There are barrels here and there, but I'm not sure how many of them
Bond,
are in the vicinity of locking onto something, and it's not giving me any info. I don't know how many of these crates are in vicinity of enemies.
I need to find a way onto those catwalks to exit this hangar.
Okay. Go up. Drive some weapon efficiency. Seeing like some kind of red line, so I'm not sure if there's like a sniper. Oh, yep, there sure is. EMP, flashbang. Oh, I don't have a frag grenade. Okay, well, flashbang's probably good enough. Gotta think for a second, remembering how to use weapons or a grenade specifically. All right, flashbang warning. I guess he dropped his weapon. You have to go pick one up. Ouch! Okay. Oh, dude, they're using nano shields. I can't lock onto him. Kind of sick. Except can't shoot him because I can't lock on. That's a little peculiar. I'm not really sure how to deal with that. But clearly there are better ways of dealing with that whole section. Okay. I'm not really sure why that's a Bond move exactly. And I'll take it, but alright, so that guy's standing next to a barrel, I think. There we go. Out of range. Fuck off. I can aim at that guy. Well, I guess I can't, actually. This over here. Battery. Fuck off! Alright, okay. Not really sure how to deal with that. Ooh, this is a rocket launcher crate. Well, I got a rocket launcher. Thanks. Oh, ah! Go. Did he go invisible? Can't really... A troublesome situation. I'm very low on ammo. Fuck it, I guess. That'll have to do. See the missile coming there? Okay. Guess I'll go grab the armor over here. So by going over here, I'm sure there's some kind of pickup over there that would have helped me. So there's guys like shooting at me from that, like within that bunker. And I... Alright, I hope that worked. Feedback is a little hazy at this distance, but... Alright, so I guess I do... By picking up some batteries... We'll get up here. By picking up batteries, that means I could use the nano suit. But it's gonna, yeah, it's gonna like unequip itself from the menu there pretty quickly. Shit, I should have... Oh my, that's not exactly what I meant to do. Oh my god, I'm like trying to press the button a second time to... to trigger it. Can I fucking equip my weapon, please? Not exactly what I had in mind. Alright. Dude, the invisible guy survived. Holy shit. Oh, there's a... Okay, I was gonna say, oh, there's an arrow down. But I think I meant to go up. But maybe I have to go down to get up. Wanted some ammo. This looks like a monster closet. Let's not stick around here. Oh my god, we're obviously dying here. I want to just kind of explore a little bit to have a better sense of what's around here. That's armor. More rockets. Batteries. I think M said something about reaching those catwalks. I'm not sure if this staircase is like to get back up here in case we fall down. There's clearly like some kind of elevator situation going on, but might as well go down to explore a little bit. Didn't have the best cover. Being able to, whoa, line up shot like that and just taking them out in like one hit is very satisfying. I'm trying to... okay. I was trying to, like, alright, I can't lock onto him. So I guess I'll try... I guess I'll try melee. And that didn't quite work out because he refused to punch in the guy's direction. Killing that guy make that... Hang on, can I target? No. Horrible. Oh, fuck, I can hack the tank. The network tap. Okay, let's do that. Do I need battery? I don't know how that works, but... dart gun, network tap. Alright, that's pretty good. Because I can't really move. Blow shit up, though. Well, so can they. That was still pretty cool. Doesn't seem like it's limited in ammo. That's good. Got a bond move out of it, so... So I think that means we took care of the guy who caused us too much... like all this trouble. Let's see if we can figure out where this takes us. Okay. Over here. Am I supposed to... Okay, what's the purpose of this? Oh. The purpose was a bond move and a sniper rifle. Sick. Well, that's actually going to be quite helpful, presumably. Alright. I didn't just fall down on my ass, so that's nice. Can I punch this open? I cannot. Let's... Oh yeah, I guess I can. If I use the bond sense, I can lock onto the crates. Now we... I fucking hate... It's impossible to scroll this in the correct direction. I always fuck it up. There should now be SIG ammo laying around here somewhere. Oh yeah, there's armor here. Okay, my screen blacked out. Let's see if we can get it back. Wait, actually, I should look at this anyway. I didn't even really look. Alright. Escape from the shaft. That's completed. We're looking for Diablo. I guess we're looking for the exit. Let me just do this and see if that helps at all. Rejigger the signal here a little bit. This helps. Exactly how tanks works. I mean, yeah, of course. They're top of the line, state of the art, cutting edge, high tech tanks. Of course you can hack them. Bond action. Find the sharpshooter's rifle, I guess is how you translate that. Which we did. Nice. Whoops. No, there we go. Nope. Their rocket launcher crate. Ooh, so that's hackable also. I guess we probably should hack that then. Dart gun, that's the network tap. Here. That works a little bit better. Ah. Well, that worked. Oh, shit. See movement. Oh, shit. Okay. I was expecting that I would... Okay, we learned how that works. Because I was not oblivious to the fact that they were, like, heading towards where Bond was. But I figured if Bond gets hurt, surely the camera will, like, cut back to him. I was wrong. Am I supposed... Oh, I guess that, like, moving the plane over there forces those guys down? Is that it? Oh, yeah. I forgot to hack the tank. Nope. Okay. I guess that means I didn't take out the... Oh, yeah. Do that. I think. Can't reach it for one reason or another. But yeah, I guess I didn't take out that guy, unfortunately. a little bit of a liability having him here. While we try to get the sniper rifle. That. Oh, I do have the explosive grenades now. I didn't have them before. Maybe I found them? I don't know. Good to know, though. They might help, actually. That's the guy over there. Okay. Bunker. The question is, how do we best deal with that guy? I could snipe him, of course, but I'm not too sure. Oh, we can give it a shot. See, this is kind of what I was worried about. You can't really take cover, but I think I got him. It's a little hard to say. Is secret Soviet Union the bad guy? Well, Russian Willem Dafoe is the bad guy. Does not operate on behalf of the state of Russia. But he does have some kind of facility underneath Moscow, I guess. That's the guy. I don't even see me, really. I got hit there. Quality death noises are back. I think they're like behind those crates, so I could try. Yeah, that's targeting a dude. Trying to. No. I can't lock on. If I can't lock on, it's like I can't really throw the grenades. What's up, Juice Willis? Greetings. A little high pressure situation here. See, there's armor right behind those crates though, so that's good. Can I... Dude, that fucking camera! I could hack the tank, but I'm a little bit in a vulnerable position here. Okay, I guess that... I can't hack the tank. I thought maybe that could take care of a guy somewhere there, but... Not the right choice. Alright, got him. Can I... Okay, I can hack that. Like very specific in when it will let me lock on. And you can't like take cover behind half height things. Okay, pretty sure I got him there, but be sure. Do that. Break a box. Get more rocket launcher ammo. Right. At this point, I'm pretty certain that we just have to go downstairs. Right. I have no ammo for this. I have small amounts of ammo. There should be a bunch here, right? Yeah. That's a little more comfortable. We got armor. There's almost assuredly going to spawn more guys over to that left area. Kind of noise. That's the fucking nanomachine noise. All right, there's a monster closet over there too. I see now. I just have to wait for him to decloak, I guess. I can see him, but I'm not allowed to lock on, like, nano guard, it says. Because he's just not gonna... Okay, so what if I... Oh, are you serious? Okay. You're very precisely lined up. You can still... I mean, like, bullets will still hurt them. But the game is definitely not designed for you to aim without the lock-on. Alright, we're pretty well armed. Not extremely well armored. But we do have some grenades and rockets. Can I... Oh my god. Lock on. I can't lock on. I'm not allowed. So, what do I do? There we go. Like, the ranges are a bit mysterious. The throwable thing, yep. So the nice thing is, like, the nano guys are still detectable in bond vision. So that'll help you spot them. You know, I said it before too, but like, for being gray hallway facilities, these levels aren't half bad. Please tell me I can drop that. Breakable. Alright. What we like to see. Armor. Okay. That time I was allowed to punch in his direction. I don't think it was that I couldn't punch towards him, it's just that there's no, like, auto correct for it, basically. I'm gonna be probably shooting around this corner. Oh, maybe not. I wanted to see if there's some other dangers to take care of before we grab that armor, but I think we'll just grab it. Like, time rating on this level is not going to be great. We're not getting a gold, that's for sure. That's okay. More likely to cause harm than good. Going up. Ah, so that's the thing that went down in the beginning. I wonder if...
I need to lower that bridge.
The bridge controls are in that booth.
Or which bridge he's talking about, but we're going in this booth, I guess. And just pray that we're not going to get assaulted from every direction. Ah, I was hoping he'd fall over the ledge, but that's okay. We got a solid amount of bond moves so far, actually. Right, I see a lever over there. Wait. Oh! Could have done a cool thing. Oh, no platinum switch here. That. Yes, this is where we're going. Oh boy. Luckily, it exploded us right where we needed to go. Please, cutscene James, take care of this for me. Well, much obliged. Batteries. Highly conspicuous hammer and sickle logo. Okay. Armor that I don't necessarily need right now. I guess that's objective. Is that what that said? Do I just walk towards it, I guess? Nope. Maybe this is destructible. Let's say it's hackable. I couldn't... Oh, there we go. I was just about to say, maybe I should make sure that there's not a bunch of guys trying to kill me. Well, let's go grab this armor then. I love how this is like... This whole level is this one room, basically. But it's this, like, gauntlet of... And oh yeah, I've got fully stocked rocket launcher. I just love the pacing of the levels in this game. Like, they can have a level that's this battle of attrition, very intense gunplay level, because I'm sure whatever's next could be completely different. I mean, the one before this with the laser grid rappelling down and then the Jaws boss fight, there was a little bit of shooting in between, but it wasn't like this. 4 out of 6 bond moves, so clearly we would have gotten one for the platinum dispersal thing. So what was the second one we missed? Right, found the sniper rifle, we shot the dude over there, we crushed this guy, that's the platinum, whatever, platinum shower. We hacked the tank, and that's the control panel at the very end. It looks like he's doing something to... Because it looks like there's 2 dudes over there in a cloud of smoke or something. Is he hacking something or exploding them with a rocket launcher or something? Maybe you could hack the turret, I don't know. Was the movie this good? Well, it doesn't exist, so you tell me. This is not based on a movie. Which, frankly, is probably a big reason why the game is so good. Well, that's an oversimplified way of putting it. There are plenty of Bond games not based on a movie that aren't this good, but the fact that they're not beholden to a movie plot means that they have freedom to tailor the game, its plot, and its pacing to the strength of the medium, as opposed to making concessions for what's necessary for a movie plot to make sense. Well, 56% accuracy, 20% efficiency. Unsurprisingly, not a super great score. 219,000. I think we needed 400 for gold. So are we even getting bronze for this? I don't feel confident. Well, okay, bronze. So far, we have not once gotten less than bronze. So bronze could literally be you beat the level. Because when you look at the score, like before you beat a level, or even after, but if you haven't gotten gold, it only tells you how many points you need for gold. It doesn't tell you anything about silver, or bronze. So it's a little bit mysterious. So this game follows Agent Under Fire and Nightfire, which are also both original stories that are not based on a film. Agent Under Fire started development as a PS2 version of The World's Not Enough, but it was kind of delayed and changed around, so it became its own original thing. And there's like a few tiny vestiges of the like certain scenes and locations you can kind of piece together had been sort of repurposed from stuff that had been made for The World's Not Enough, but it is an original thing. But that game does not star Pierce Brosnan. It has a generic Bond that is not based on... I read somewhere that he was based on an actual person, but he's not based on a person who played Bond in any films. Nightfire features the likeness of Pierce Brosnan, as well as, I want to say, Judi Dench and John Cleese, I forget, but not Pierce Brosnan's voice. But he does do the voice in this game. But the point is, the idea of making Bond games that are sort of presented as if there were a movie was not new by the time this game came out. This game is just doing a much better job at it. Agent Under Fire, I remember being like somewhat well received and well liked at the time, but it's like both a pretty mediocre shooter, and also it's like leaning into the sort of classic traditions of Bond. It does a... not just compared to this, but just in general, it does a pretty half-baked job at it, because it's got a lot of these characters that show up for exactly one cutscene, and then, like, it just doesn't have a lot of storytelling, really. Nightfire is a cool game with some cool locations and cool set pieces and stuff, but it also, I mean, compared to this, is just not nearly as fleshed out in its delivery of the plot and the story. There's a lot of things that makes this really cool and more like feel more like a Bond film. A lot of that is with the variety of the levels. There's a lot of levels that don't have as much shooting and action, but a little more not just stealth, but sort of sneaking around, or even literal levels that are just a mission briefing. There's just kind of more peaks and valleys in terms of excitement and intensity in a way that feels more closely connected to like how you tell a story in film. But also, like, if this was a film, it would be insane, because you would have like a major action stunt set piece every like 6.5 minutes, which is like not really how you make a movie. Try this mode and see if this... I think technically frame lock means I have like a frame or two of input delay, but I'm curious if gonna make things behave any better. I know you wouldn't have noticed on stream probably, but on my end, on my monitor, the video pass through is just like having a few hiccups, which makes things a little bit annoying. How do I think this compares to the other Pierce Brosnan movies? Well, again, obviously it's hard to do a one-to-one comparison given that this isn't a film, but I would say it's a pretty common sentiment for people who have played this game, that it's like, man, I sure wish we would have gotten this movie instead of Die Another Day. Or even like after that film or whatever. The game being good, I think, wouldn't necessarily translate to the movie being good. Obviously, there are cool scenes in this game that if they had been done as well on film as they are in the game, they would have made for a fun, cool set piece. I think they did a great job with the general sort of plot and the characters, but it's still, you know, you couldn't piece together footage from this and make it an actual good movie, you know, because it's not paced like a movie, it's paced like a game, and it has an impressive and admirable amount of kind of connective tissue in terms of narrative to tie the game's different levels and everything together. But I imagine that if you were to, like, even if you truncate, like, even if you wouldn't include the footage of the entire playthrough, let's say you use all the footage from all the cutscenes and you use just enough gameplay footage to sort of string it together to make it work, it would have a very odd pace for a film. It has like all the right ingredients, I think, but I don't necessarily think like Diablo as a character, he definitely doesn't have much depth. I mean, it's like Willem Dafoe, and I'm sure, you know, he's like perfect. He's born to play a Bond villain, right? And he hams it up and chews the scenery here and whatever. He's got a stupid haircut, like, it's perfect. But he doesn't have a lot of actual scenes. So I feel like it's entirely possible that he would end up in a similar spot as certain other villains in Bond films, where it's like, it seems like they would have made for a good villain, but they're not really in the movie much, so they don't have a strong impact. I feel like this game, in order to be an actual good movie, basically would need probably a few more scenes that aren't focused on Bond. Because I think that's the thing here, really. There are scenes, I think, maybe here and there, I couldn't give you examples specifically, where we are following other characters. But for the most part, we are basically seeing this entire story through Bond's eyes. And that's not typically really how you do a movie. Sure, he is in most of the film, in most films. But you will likely have scenes elsewhere where he is not on screen and he is not involved. And we are seeing things from other perspectives. And if you don't have that, like trying to cut together what you have into an actual film, I think gets a little weird. So, of course, we can extrapolate that if you were to make a movie adaptation of this, things would change just as they would when you make a game adaptation of a film, and you could adapt it into a good movie, I think. But I also think that there's so many elements to this that are like really heightened to be like the most sort of exaggerated and exciting version of these things, tailored more for the video game experience. So if you put it on screen 1-to-1, it would be not bad, but it just like would be, well, for one, a lot of it would be incredibly expensive to film. Clearly, you know, budgetary concerns are not the same when you're filming a movie versus making a video game. But you have that aspect again of like Bond just firing rocket launchers and shit left and right. Like, it's just the intensity of the action and some of the events of some of these set pieces are like, may feel a little bit too ridiculous if it had been a film, maybe. So I think it's a little silly to say that it would have been a good movie or whatever, but I certainly agree that based on its general premise and plot and characters and you know, broadly the kind of stunts and set pieces, I would love to see what this movie, had it existed, would have looked like. And I think it's entirely possible that if executed well, it could certainly have been, you know, among the better Pierce Brosnan films, I think. You want footage of Bond going up and down elevators mistakenly for 3 minutes, wandering around in the movie? Yeah. Also taking cover and failing to lock on when he's trying to shoot people. The game probably got too little product placement. Hard to do when you're picturing Soviets. It's actually an interesting comment because that's definitely something that's been present in games. The game does have product placement because it has the vehicles. But I think that's like about it. Not that these games are typically chock full of all kinds of different set pieces product placement. We've had some phones, I think. But I guess cars are like the more typical thing to see in Bond games, at least in this era. So we're broadening horizons a little bit by having a Triumph motorcycle in addition. But there hasn't been too much beyond that. All right, so yeah, 425,000 for hold on this one. Oh boy. The 325 required for this one indicates that this is a shorter and/or simpler level. Got a maniacally laughing Willem Dafoe on the next screen, so that could very well be the final showdown. Anyway, let's move on. So we should be transitioning pretty seamlessly into this. We're still in the same facility, right? Maybe a cutscene if we're lucky. Oh. Pretty sick. But yeah, like imagine this being a set. I mean, nowadays you do it digitally. But in 2004...
Mr. Bond, what an unpleasant surprise. You're just in time for the final countdown.
Those missiles have been deactivated, Diablo. The nuclear warheads were removed years ago.
That's quite correct, 007. Except that I replaced them with nanotech payloads, which will do the job just the same. Start the launch sequence.
This is pretty good.
And as for you, Mr. Bond, grab him, throw him into the bottom of a missile silo, and let him experience hell on Earth. Tell me, Bond, how
I'm trying
does
to
it feel
shoot.
to lose?
You're about to find out, Diablo.
I'm cornered. Nope, lock on. Are these like melee only? I'm not allowed to shoot?
You're too late, Bond. You can't win.
Alright, that was not entirely elegant, but... Hear these guys fucking leaping through the hole in the wall.
You'll never stop me, Bond.
And now we're talking. Like, I'm very glad that he's getting this big moment. What are we doing here exactly? Other than desperately, poorly trying to survive? Can I... Oh boy. Turrets. That's fine. We're gonna have to redo this a few times, but that's okay. Instant restarts. Lock on, please. Oh, he didn't draw his gun even when I pressed the button. Okay, that happened a lot faster this time. I'm not sure. Triggered it exactly. Yeah, the whole like swapping between guns and unarmed is like kind of annoying. Oh, there's the turret. Okay. Did John please just tell me to hack the guns? Because that was just about to be my idea. Okay, Yep, it says I can. Can't lock on. Can I... I'm not allowed to lock onto it for some reason. Young, please tell me to do something else before I could do it. Nope. It literally says shoot a network tap at the turret. So when you're in Bond Sense, you'll see the little circles highlighting the interactive objects. If you press the R1 button, which is the shoot gun button, it'll zoom in on the thing and tell you what it is. If you hold the L1 button, which is the lock on button, you will exit Bond vision and lock on. But if you're, for some reason, sometimes you press L1 in Bond Sense and nothing happens. Am I like too far away? Okay, so maybe it's the like the angle. Wait. Proctable. Okay. Just do that because we're about to die anyway. Out of range. So, see, like sometimes it'll tell you out of range. Okay, I guess I dropped the monitor. I thought the whole thing would fall down in a more dramatic fashion, but not the case. Exit. I've got a world domination map. Whole wall of multiple maps, in fact. That's pretty good. It just refuses to lock me on. Okay, what if I nano suit it up here? It's extremely confusing because that's exactly how I use the network tap on the tanks.
The clock is ticking, Bone, on your life. Is that all you got?
Thanks, this is very helpful.
There's nothing you can do.
Activating defense turrets.
You've destroyed the world, Bond!
What's over here?
If you could shoot those sentry guns with your network tap, you should be able to control the guns.
Okay. Oh wait, launch in 4 minutes. I guess we have a time factor to deal with here. I don't get it. Why did I fucking shoot into the ceiling? This whole beginning is so awkward. Oh my god! I holstered my gun without realizing it.
Never stop me, Bond!
Sometimes the auto aim, frankly, does a pretty terrible job of, or like the lock on, does a pretty terrible job of figuring where
Clock is ticking, Bond,
you want to lock on.
your life.
Activating defense turrets.
Fine. This level is cool, but it's definitely getting a little frustrating. I have like no ammo for anything. Good laugh.
Bond, if you could shoot those sentry guns with your network tap, you should be able to control the guns.
And now, dude, the way the enemies fucking spawn,
The clock is ticking.
I'm out of ammo.
on your
For some reason, none of the enemies dropped ammo, I guess. Oh, this is the wash.
Is that all you got?
I'm better off just doing it this way.
Oh, you'll never stop me, Bond!
Health like melting away. Walk on, please.
Defense turrets.
Auto switch. I mean, that's the problem. There is no auto switch. You have to manually switch, which is why it's very awkward. And you have a melee attack with your gun. If you press the gun button when you're at like point blank range, you like poke them with your gun.
Control the guns.
But there's like lengthy block stun, or like hit stun, I guess more accurately on both you and the enemies. So you get kind of staggered. So I have 2 punch buttons and I have 1 gun button. And if I press the punch button, I holster the weapon and then I can start punching. So, and if I press R1, I pull the gun back out. But that takes time, and if you're getting like stun locked from getting punched, then you like that sort of interrupts the input, and it's very easy to be in a situation where you think you have something equipped, but it turns out you don't. That's like the one thing about how the game plays that I wish was sort of smoothed out a little bit. Like even the way it works, like having control over it's not a bad thing, but the fact that you're kind of vulnerable when you're switching and you can't like cancel the switch. Like if you decide to start punching and you realize very quickly that you need to shoot, it might be like 3 seconds before you can shoot the gun again. And that can be disastrous. Wait, okay. For some reason I got like onto something. No. Oh my god. So now I gotta switch to a... But maybe I'm just like... Maybe I just need to clear out the room and do something other first. I guess I'm supposed to use those to shoot... Oh, what's that? Wait. Objective. I mean, maybe I use the turret to shoot that to... I'm assuming I need to use the turret against him and his little pod. Oh, finally.
Target him! He's up there! Get him!
Alright. New target. Disable the 4 missiles. Did I just explode Willem Dafoe and Heidi Klum in one swift go? Ooh, armor thing. I'm not really sure where the other things were, but yeah, I guess the whole idea is I needed to hack the missile or the turrets from behind. That wasn't really clear to me, but I guess that's the whole idea. I have a grenade, but just through a flashbang to hopefully buy me a little bit of time. That right now, but 2 minutes left. All right, should be enough. I figure out where to go. Should be like highlighted. It might be up here in some kind of symmetrical fashion. I guess not, but let's go down. Whoa, where's this? Where we need to go anyway.
One more to go, 007.
Armor. Health, ammo is more pressing concern. One minute. What the hell? It's not here.
Your
I know, where the fuck am I supposed to go? Wait, is that it? It is, but what the heck? Is that just like a dead end? No, there's a door. I just assumed that it was closed.
Change of plans, 007. It looks like that manual override module is jammed. Use the Q spider to investigate.
I mean, this is cool, but I'm a little flustered. Q spider, I guess that goes in here. Are you in the process of failing the mission? I saw something about missile launch in the subtitles.
Outstanding work, James.
Invisible guys. Okay. Escape through the main entrance. Slash exit. Invisible guys. But if we don't have a timer to contend with or turrets, that's at least to make things a little more pleasant. It's a cool level. Well, I guess I shouldn't have used that fucking armor. Pretty tense. I wasn't sure if I saw a corpse or a chair or armor, but whatever it wasn't armor. Fuck, I'm dead. Oh, there's an invisible, well, multiple invisible guys, in fact. Perfect time to do a slow reload during which you cannot do anything. Alright, I got a better sense of what this stage is now, and I will know not to collect armor if I don't need it, because we're going to be traipsing around that same area like a few times, basically. Can I fucking hit something, please? Alright, one bullet left.
You're too late, Bond. You can't win.
We'll see.
Bond, if you could shoot those sentry...
Do this again. I accidentally pressed the targeting button, so I couldn't punch for half a second. Camera gets into this like cool fighting camera angle, which is cool, but not the most helpful always.
It's hopeless, Bond. Give up.
Trying a different route here, see if that helps. Save that. So like open too.
Activating defense
Meleeed that guy. Like, I'm guessing the idea is we have to...
Bond, if you could shoot those sentry guns with your network tap, you should be able to control the gun.
Taking this route here. Work tap. Nope, I still cannot. There. Oh, okay, I guess you have to shoot the red. I don't know if this is a thing. Not. Oh, it is. Okay, cool. Oh, it looks like he was alone in there.
Nicely executed, 007, if you forgive the pun.
I guess,
If you can seal off those large
Heideklume left.
silo exhaust shuts, the flames and the heat will destroy the missiles when they launch.
Those control panels should do the trick.
Can't fucking hit yet. Like, just like you happen to look off in the wrong direction and you get... Okay, that worked out shockingly well. I had time to like swap to the gun for a split second there. I don't even know where people are shooting at me from, but... Yeah, there should be armor here somewhere. Yeah, nice.
One more to go, 007.
Doing a little bit better. There should be more... Like, whether I'll bump into them or not remains to be seen, but there should be more armor left. Oh, shit. Okay.
Change of plans, 007. It looks like that manual override module is jammed. Use the Q-Spider to investigate.
Thing over here. Oh, it can just get from a different route, I guess. Maybe get a Bond move if you, like, do this with the spider first without picking anything else. I don't know.
Outstanding work, James.
Alright. So if I'd had a rocket launcher, that'd be nice, because I think it would be kind of easier to shoot those guys. Oh, I guess you'd still have to lock on, so maybe not. That's pretty cool. That gives me melee power move. I have a little bit more ammo now also. Kind of cool, like the nano suit starts like malfunctioning. One guy. Oh, not just that one guy, but only thing I'm seeing now. Surely there should be at least one more invisible guy, I would think. More guys. Yeah. Right. A little awkward. Make a mad dash for it. Escaped the control room. That was tense. That was really tense. Dude, I'm so happy that we didn't try to do all this at the end of the last stream. That would have been quite the ordeal. Both these levels were pretty tough. I said were using the past tense, but well, that should at the very least be a checkpoint. Wait, I thought I blew him up.
Stopped the missiles, Bond, but you haven't stopped me.
Oh, this is pretty sick though. All right, there's rocket launcher. No, I want to. Wait, did I matter? What? Oh, okay, I guess I already.
Oh, James. We could have had such fun together.
The loss is all yours.
Where am I aiming?
Katya.
I'm not doing a great job here. Ouch. This is sick, but I'm a little confused. Wait. Life bar says like left missile or right missile. Oh, it's kind of cool, like the railing gets like destroyed when you shoot it. A little slow on the dodge there. Yeah, there we go. That's a nice hit. I guess maybe shooting with the guns is not too bad of an idea. Having said that, let's... The camera... So, you're in this, like, cinematic boss camera. So I can't turn my camera towards that crate to lock onto it. It's a little problematic. But yeah, I guess the rocket launcher was dog shit in this particular instance. Ouch.
Lucky, but you still haven't won. Katya,
Ooh, here, there might be more armor. Alright, so we got the right missiles, left missiles. Ouch. Fine. Okay, I'm running low on decent ammo. Desert Eagle. Oops. Keeps like expertly hitting those girders. Shotgun. Can't even lock on. It's not a great... Oh, fuck, let's just get rid of the ammo. P99. Working. Nano bombs.
That bomb's armed with a nanotech payload.
Okay, let's see how the rocket launcher works.
Enough damage and it'll detonate.
All right, okay, but now I have a much better understanding of this boss fight. Oh, thank fuck. I was so scared. I was like, wait, what was this cutscene? I thought for a second I had to redo the entirety of the other mission. Give me poopins with a friendly reminder. Let's hydrate. This could have been like its own level, but fuck it, let's just tack it on to the end of this one. Oh man, this is fucking cool. Alright. Okay, so I have a totally different setup of weapons. So I don't get to keep the weapons I brought with me last time. So we actually have like much worse conditions here. But I know what I'm supposed to target and how that's supposed to work. Like, I guess it's designed for you to use the rocket launcher, even though it's a little awkward. You You can have a little dodge roll, but it's not like instant iframes. The rockets just travel really slowly, so it's... And they don't, you know... You just gotta lead the... You can do the manual aiming to try and lead your shots, I guess. Try to get some armor. And try to not hit all these obstacles. Dude, it's so hard to aim. There we go. That's a nice hit. Left missiles. Nice. I was gonna say that should be nice and straight. Oh, that works. Oh, almost. Nice. Okay, beautiful. I was gonna say this should be easier to hit. This is like center mass. John, please can't be bothered explaining another time, I guess. Still have the second armor. And there was another objective there that popped up. I'm not sure if it was the one we completed or getting a new one. I have a feeling we're not quite done yet. Oh yeah. Nano machines. Alright, so you're gonna like eject or something? I figured that might happen. I only saw one chair though. 1 out of 4 Bond moves. Alright, so I figured there's gonna be something you can do with it when you hack the turrets that's gonna be a Bond move. Other than that, I'm not sure though. 176,000, yeah. That's we actually got a time bonus, but I guess that makes sense because the first half we redid so many times that we were able to kind of know what was happening. Oh, that's right. I did get a move for... I did shoot the other turret, and I got it. That's right. So this is to shoot some kind of control panel or something with the turret. This is a Q-Spider, so that... Yeah, I see where this is. This is... Yeah. So without going through the door to get to that 4th switch, you can just ignore that section and go with a spider first. That's kind of what I suspected might be the case because of the sort of T connection in the little spider hallways. Figured. Your guess is as good as mine as to what the hell this image is supposed to depict. I think I can very, very vaguely make out Bond on the left because I can see his like ear and hairline. Yeah, that was a cool level though. Satisfying. And a cool boss fight. A cool boss fight where you fight a fighter jet in an elevator with rocket launchers. Like, how does this game have like more good boss fights than every Bond game up until now put together? Pretty much. It's pretty sick. Pretty crazy. Bronze. Okay, so question is, there was one more icon on the mission select after this one. Will that be the final one, or will there be one after? I wouldn't be entirely shocked if there's a debriefing / ending that has its own icon on the mission select. So even if there's something else after this, this could still be the final mission. But there could also be more than one level left. This game, you know, keeps surprising us. Well, everything or nothing. Alright, there's a final level. 450,000, so there's going to be some stuff to do in this level. There's going to be some meat to it. I'm just curious to see if we... whether or not we saw the last of Heidi Klum, if she went down with the plane or if she escaped with him. We will find out shortly, but not quite just yet. Because I need to take a bathroom break, I do not want to play this final mission under compromised circumstances, if it can be at all avoided. Thus, we shall take a short break first. And I shall be with you in mere moments. Let's see here. Oh, that did crash. I figured it might have. Give me a second. And I will prepare for you a little dance party, courtesy of World of Jigga. As soon as we got that going, we are good to go. All right, that looks about all right. Oh yeah, actually, I need to do this first. There we go. Little behind the scenes happenings. Okay, we should be good. I'll be back in a matter of minutes. See you guys then. All right. Hope you guys enjoy that. I have taken a short break. I have made sure to hydrate. Although, as I was thinking, man, I hope I don't start getting a headache. It made me conscious of the fact that I'm starting to get a headache. It's not bad though, I can deal with it just fine, and it should hopefully not impede our ability to get through what appears to be the final level, everything or nothing. So, I have one final sip of delicious, quenching beverage. We shall resume the timer. And let's do it.
Bond, one of the missiles has been reactivated. We believe it is targeted on London. An unknown source has tapped into the network directly from a telemetry tower in the launch area itself. You must get to the launch area and stop that missile.
Oh, hello. We got here. Oh, shit. That wasn't very effective. Hang on. Wait, I don't fucking have any other weapons. No, there we go. We got a P99. Wait, do I have grenades? Do. Kind of awkward because since you can't really... Okay, fucking auto-aimed, I guess. Like, the aiming mechanics of this game are completely context sensitive and reliant on having enemies to lock onto for the aiming to be sort of relative to. And anytime you're actually fighting enemies, it works well. But it's quite awkward to be dependent on the enemies in that way. Awkward and highly unusual, I would say. And you find yourself in situations where you know where someone is or you know where you want to shoot, but without there being someone in that general vicinity to lock onto, you're like just unable to do much of anything. Oh, hello. Pop your head out, please. Nope. Well, now he does, of course. I wanted to shoot that guy in the other room while he was sort of unsuspecting, but turns out there were a bunch of people in this room. Like some kind of armory of some kind. Of course, it's locked. Is there a ramp here? There we go. Wait, hang on. Oh. Highlights of any kind? Sniper rifle? Oh. There's someone firing rockets at me. Unmistakable smoke trail. Wrong guy, but that works. Guess that probably helped. Did they kind of open up something so that I can now run back there? Is that the idea? I don't exactly understand where I'm meant to go, or really meant to do, which reminds me, I should look at this. Find the launch... something, I guess. Bond action. Open up something that is closed. Huh. Closed door, maybe? locked crate of some kind. I mean, it sure seems like you're supposed to be able to get inside there. But having no way to lock on, it seems highly dubious to try to, like, aim. But, I mean, we can try to toss a grenade. That didn't go super well. Abandon that idea. This would be easier. I didn't think that would be the solution, but now we've at least tried it. I mean, it didn't seem like we could go that way because we were running past where the stage started. Maybe I just assumed we were going that way because that's where we're being attacked from, but nope. It's pretty squarely locked off, and I'm assuming I'm not meant to rappel down here. But maybe we can walk around. Maybe that entrance here was just a diversion. And we're supposed to... Well, actually, this seemed blocked off too. This is not the typical spider crawl space, but looks like it would accommodate a little Q spider. Indeed. Looks like a whole ramp designed to let a spider in. From where? All the way there. Yeah. Wait, I can't go up this. Not quite. I was hopeful there for a split second. John Cleese, however, did point out that this thing cannot climb walls. Is this really what we're meant to do? Seems slightly preposterous. I mean, clearly we are... Ah, fuck. Clearly you are meant to be able to get that spider there, but I'm just not sure if we're meant to do it from all the way over here. But we're fucking around anyway, and I'm... You know, I don't have a better idea. Let's try that again. A little awkward though when you have to navigate those narrow walkways, and yeah, you can just slip off and explode. But this, yeah, just absolutely does not seem like you're meant to do this. Like, it's more like if you made it up here, you can send this thing. Wait, can I? That looks like a gap. Highly dramatic music. Oh, okay. I didn't realize I could move the camera up and down. You can drop from small heights. So I can... Hang on. Dart gun, explosion, nano suit. Okay. Explosion, I guess, is what I want. Unless... Oh, yeah. Clearly the door is barred. But can I explode the bar, or do I explode the computer to... Fuck it, I guess we'll try this. I guess that worked. So was this what we were meant to do to progress? And if that's the case, what if you ran out of spiders? I'm perplexed. Okay, can I use my hacking gun on this thing? Or actually, I guess I can just... No info. I guess that's not... This looks highly interactable, but the game's not telling us about anything we can do. Oh yeah, we can't get out through here. Lock onto it, and I can't interact with it. Oh, I guess that was just basically for a rocket launcher and a health refill that we don't need because we're at full health. What the hell did I miss? This is just a door? This is just a door. Okay. I see. Oh well, we're being thorough. I guess you'd have to backtrack. Like, if you get the spider through that thing later, you'd still have to backtrack to get through it. So that was probably actually the smarter way of doing it. Oh, see you. No. Ah, the lock on. Oh, it's pretty cool, like sprinklers and shit. So many cool details in this game. Yeah, I see. Oh. Like, you see someone else on screen and you let go of the lock on button and tap it again, and Bond just refuses to lock on. Somewhat aggravating, as you can probably tell from the tone of my voice when I repeatedly yell about the lock on. That's pretty sick. Open up the route for us. Yep. Nice. Yeah, we got the objective to defeat the rocket launcher guy. I mean, I wouldn't have not done that without the objective, but well, I don't exactly know where we are, but I guess we're kind of on the other side now, somewhere. But yeah, we've got like multiple guys like that too. It's a little problematic when you lock onto one and they die. You don't like necessarily keep locking on to the next guy who's like in the same direction. It's a little strange. Whoa. That's cool. I don't exactly know what happened there, what caused it, but that was cool. Good thing we got that armor, because we spent all that health right away, basically. Now, shotgun dudes are bad news. Or snipers. I guess that's a better way to, like, if you notice being fired upon from a different direction, I guess that's a smart way of doing it, like going into Bond sense to lock on. Because it basically means you're turning at near instant speed. I don't want to get into like a sniper duel. Where that I saw him up here somewhere. I'm getting killed. Fucking knew it. That's so weird though that you don't like, you just stay in sniper vision mode and like get killed off screen essentially. I guess if you got thrown out of it because you got shot by the guy you are shooting, that would be annoying in its own right. So I guess I can see why they did it that way. But it is kind of funny when you're getting shot in the back and your health just drains. Do I have full health? The health bar doesn't show. Sure. Pretty cool. Oh, well. Ah, I missed my shot. I'm gonna... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say he's not gonna pop out again. He sure did. So, do I bother with that spider shit? I guess I didn't even get to come back to where that was necessarily. Sniper rifle here. I forget. Pretty cool. It's like a little animation of reacting to it. Did they come through the door? I forget. I know I shot like 3 dudes here before. Oh well. A little more ammo for later. Forget what. Let's actually see what's in there. There's armor, which I don't need, because there's another armor right outside. There's the rocket launcher, basically. I guess that's it. And it's not useless. I don't have one from before, no. But I don't know how much it's actually gonna help us. And this, like, especially if we keep dying a few more times and have to redo this, it's gonna be a little tedious to do that over and over. So I think we're just gonna skip it. Lock on, please. All right, sure. Let's just not lock on. Can I? Somewhat infuriating. I didn't even remember that guy from before, but technically, I guess there's armor in the last room we can go back to. You know what? Let's be a little cautious. We're not getting any gold scores for... No, wait. I guess I collected that. The armor... There's armor outside. We can grab that. All right. Should be good to go now. All right, that went pretty smooth. I'm playing. Conspicuously placed explosive barrel seemed a little surprisingly difficult to make use of to its full effect, but too bad. All right, let's collect some ammo. Constantly at the verge of not running out, at least struggling. But there's one of the, I think, relatively early cheats you can unlock is like double ammo capacity. And that's obviously going to be quite useful. But still, you know, that's a cheat. Game's intended to be played like this. All right, so where is everyone and how can I avoid opening myself up to being attacked from multiple fronts? Fizzle. Head pop up. There we go. Oh, okay. Fuck did he come from? This wheel? So one thing that's a little bit peculiar that I haven't complained about is that when you're locking on, you can use the right stick to move this little targeting reticle, but you can also switch targets ostensibly by flicking the right stick in the direction of another target. And needless to say, the distinction between moving the stick, pushing the stick to move the cursor, and sort of flicking it to switch targets can be quite ambiguous. I mean, it works fine. I haven't had much problem with it, which is why I haven't been complaining about it. But ever so often... So there's an armor to the left over there. I feel like we took out more guys here than we did last time, leading up to this spot. I think we'll be... Oh, that was extremely wasteful. Looks like someone was shooting from up here somewhere, but if there's anybody there. That looks inviting. Sure if that accomplished much, but maybe I block off a route for more enemy spawns or something. When you get takedowns like that, it is quite satisfying. I'm being sniped. I reckon... Oh, you see a little dot. It's pretty sick. Okay, I see where he is, actually. I can't target him, but if I see... I know... There we go. That worked beautifully. A lot better than last time, to say the least. Hopefully there was not more than one. Wow, okay. Well, that looks like a little spider hole, if ever I saw one. Probably armor or something behind there that he can... Yeah. Collect. Batteries for stuff I never use for anything. Ah! It's a little too clunky. Like, I have the thermovision on the select button. I kind of wish I had a single button toggle for the nano suit, because the way it works is if I scroll up to the nano suit, I can do this and my gun is still out and I can toggle it back and forth. But you'll notice what just happened there. My inventory thing on the bottom right switched, like, after not activating the nano suit for like 3 seconds, or like 1 second really. It switches back to my gun, and at that point pressing the action button will reload my gun instead of activating the nanosuit. I guess, you know, being able to reload the gun is nice, so having the nanosuit sort of be still on there would be impractical in its own way. But it means that there's no real practical solution for activating and deactivating the nanosuit without like cycling through the menu or some other annoying shit. Can I... Right. The grenades are not difficult to use per se, but they're a little funky. There's a lot of fucking enemies in this level. I meant to crouch, but I pressed the wrong button. I tried to roll, but I was in mid-reload, during which you cannot roll. I guess I just learned. The end soon, maybe? Feels like we've been through the entire hangar. Okay. Luckily, he shot at the ceiling and not me. Oh my god. That's cool, but annoying. It's such a good trap, though. You see the door from all over there, and you're like, oh, that's the exit. And you're just, like, naively hoping that there's not going to be a bunch of dudes fucking coming at you from every direction. But of course there are. Well, luckily we picked up that armor. I'm, like, short of breath because this is so intense. What's that? Oh, rocket launcher guy. Didn't even finish my sentence. Okay, maybe I need to get through here to get to him. Can I? And take cover. Fuck. There must be more than one, I feel like, because... Ah! That was the first time I got shot at and could tell from what direction the rockets were coming. Ooh. This is a lengthy section here, to say the least. So there's dudes here, aren't there? A bit of waste, but... One thing, though, that I have to give this game immense credit for, we're in the final level, and the game has not introduced really any kind of bullet sponge enemy. Like, really, throughout the entire game, if you have the presence of mind and steady hands to properly aim, you can take out any enemy with a headshot, pretty much. And that's pretty cool. Like, it sounds like it ought to maybe be a given, but that wasn't the case in many other games we've played. Sure. I mean, we're not in this... I thought, like, we were going over to the other side of this room, but I don't think that's really the case. So, taking out those guys probably isn't of too much meaningful tactical value, but whatever. I guess you get score. Alright, so there's a guy on the top left there. Let's see if there's more people to take out before exposing ourselves to him, or just take him out, I guess. That works too. Simply just farm ammo. I guess it's not really farming, it's just doing a little bit of fishing. So this is another thing that is annoying. Whenever guys are in this kind of situation, you're just like waiting for them to pop out. And even though, like, realistically, strategically, they wouldn't have no real purpose, like no reason to be popping out. Like, from a video game point of view, it's like... Okay, that's not good. It's annoying to have to wait for them. So that part is kind of weird, because it's difficult to get in a spot there where you can actually shoot the barrel. So I guess you probably should just try to get a grenade going there. But even then, I don't know. I'm going to try it this time. Kind of forgot about that section until it was a little late to try to do something. I feel like I'm doing this more and more clumsily every time here. Guys are pretty good at running around, making themselves awkward to hit. Alright. I didn't really get hurt that much. I did spend an awful lot of ammo. I'll grab the sniper rifle, but ignore those guys. I'm not sure what benefit there is to dealing with them. Definitely not bothering with the spider shit. Like, I guess having the rocket launcher right here might be convenient, but I'm not sure. So basically take out this next guy and then get ready with the grenades once we go into that hallway. Like here, like he could wait like, you know, 2 less seconds. Right, so here we are. I mean, not ideal. I kind of hesitated. I hesitated a little going in there because I thought I hadn't triggered the enemies yet, but turns out I had. So the armor up there should be collected, but I think the armor out here should be here still. So now, of course, having left the sniper there might be an issue, but all right, we're okay. We're okay, recovered. Now I'm mostly just wondering how I managed to deal with it. I mean, not well, at least better than this on my first attempt. It seems like kind of an ambush meant to be. Like, the barrel's there, obviously, but as I commented on the first time, like, it's a little difficult to actually make good use of it. Because they don't sort of congregate around it, really. They sort of rush you. It's a little weird that he shoots 2 rockets there, but whatever. This section is like long enough that I don't really have it memorized. Kind of tense, kind of cool. Well, that guy is on the left. Gonna like pop out in a way that I can actually target him. Seems like he's hiding behind some other corner further back. Okay, that was kind of lucky. Can harvest some ammo there. I think we're ready to move on. I'm always slightly anxious about collecting armor that's gonna give me full health, like as in, like I pick up a 50% refill when I'm at 70, because it's like, man, those extra 20 could have been useful. Alright, so I'm not at the sniper guy yet. There's this whole section first. There's the other armor up here. Alright, there's the set piece of the ship. Where's that other thing I could shoot? There. Okay. Can I... Dropped it. I'm not sure if it... If it would have hit anyone, I'm sure I would have gotten a bond move for it, but... Whatever it did, hopefully it was a good thing. All right. It actually didn't hurt me all that much. That kind of did, though. Weird. Intense. Okay, works. Okay. Right, there's armor in there, right? It's actually great, but we're surprisingly doing well on health for now. Sort of felt like another sniper. That felt like a shotgun. Signs. I guess there was batteries in there too, which I'm not really gonna use. A lot of opportunities for being... Oh yeah, this whole section. Okay, that actually didn't hurt me. I haven't really been very trained on how to deal with grenades. But they haven't really been too much of a problem either, so... This point, every little bit matters, I think, so... There's armor here, right? Yeah. I was gonna say I'll go back and get the Q-Spider armor, but screw it. We'll get this. Alright, we made it back here swiftly enough. There's this whole part. Advance carefully. That's the one that's gonna bust open, yeah. I think he actually shot. No. Okay, he didn't actually, because I wasn't at full health. No way, I was, because I got that armor. All right. Now here's the real problem. The additional rocket guys that I... Okay, there's a sniper up there. At least I see where that guy is. Oh, okay, I think... I was gonna say, I think something happened with that guy. No, he's still up there, but maybe he's moving around. Could be relatively safe behind this structure. Come on, please. So many enemies. I see. Okay. Got him. When you think about it, why is Bond allowed to just run around with his gun blazing? I mean, he's got a license to kill, right? Is that how that works? License to shoot guns indiscriminately. Any in all directions. All right, we'll get this. I guess I don't really have to crawl back because I'm not gonna actually use that spider for something else, but seems like a polite thing to do. Oh, think of John, please. Okay, we're not leaving there. Okay, that's the guy that killed us last time, I think. Got a little bit lucky with this less than perfect aim. Well, we're not coming through here. I don't really like running through the open like this. Good reason. Oh, there's armor. What the? Of course. I was literally like, hey, where am I being shot at from? It's like, yep, fucking invisible guys. Figures. I'd kind of forgotten about them, to be honest. Yeah, but given the chunky score required for gold, I should have expected a decently sized mission. Good. Okay, there's armor over there. I need to grab it right now. Nope. Okay. Didn't really help me. Surely there can't be too much left. I was gonna say, I don't know if whoever's left is invisible or not. Fuck off. I don't know. I have no idea where that explosion came from. Maybe it was a grenade. Or that guy. Oh my god. Holy shit, this fucking level, dude. Okay, this is... I'm pretty upset because this is such a cool mission, but it is not elevated by being extremely long with no checkpoints. Like, it's not making it cooler or more satisfying, in my opinion. It is making it more annoying. And it's kind of like making me not want to play. And it's like... this shouldn't have been the final level, in my opinion. Having like a gauntlet would, like, could be cool, but... I mean, if there was a checkpoint when you get to the rocket launcher guy... like, that'd be totally fine. Dude, I used like all of my ammo. But having to redo so much of it and like crawl inch forward It just keeps on going. It's I mean, frankly, I've been praising this game for 12 hours for not having levels like this. Basically, that's kind of what it comes down to, right? Like, short, exciting, fun levels that don't overstay their welcome. And then here you go, this level that's, like... It's cool, it's not unenjoyable. But when you die and have to try again, it's like, you're just, like, instantly filled with dread. And it's... it's funny in a way because I was sort of hoping that the game would be fun and cool all the way through the end. And when I was like thinking of, I wonder, like, I hope that it can live up to the high bar set by the rest of the game. It didn't even occur to me that it might have an annoying, long shootout level. I was thinking, you know, maybe it's going to be like an underwhelming set piece to see us out at the very end, you know? Right, so that kind of sucks because I don't think I really... Okay, oh, that still works out. As I said, that explosion didn't really take out that whole group, but it made them stand back a little bit, so... I guess that's pretty much what happened the first time, too. But anyway, no point complaining. Let's just keep going and hope that we can do this. Like, this seems like it would be a good place for a checkpoint. I mean, of course, now that we do this, like, we get here pretty quickly, so it doesn't feel like you need a checkpoint here already exactly. But this is kind of where the actually, like, where the kind of rough part starts. Wow, okay. So we're off to a terrible start here. Yeah, see that explosion like right next to me didn't do anything. I don't know if you're extra impervious to explosions when you're hugging a wall. I have no idea. Either way, I think we're gonna want to grab that armor. I mean, I guess I had a decent sort of health surplus up until the point I didn't. So we should be perfectly within our capacity to recover from this. This is just annoying because it's just like... Wow, okay. Explosion on contact. Guess I... to do that. Of course. Fucking next guy sits down in the same spot. Oh, so that's where that guy came from. Okay. So much damage. It is interesting, the kind of verticality and stuff, but when you don't really see where guys come from, it can be a little challenging. I guess you're probably not meant to shoot that from over here, now that I think of it. Probably just sort of a happenstance that you can do that. Alright, unless you drop it on that guy. I don't know. There's got to be some purpose, like some more specific purpose. Sniper guy's probably up. Like, I could probably hit him there, but I couldn't see him on camera, so makes it a little awkward. Full ammo. Oh my god, lock on just wouldn't. Yep, there's a sniper. Every goddamn time they just... I mean, obviously it makes sense that they want to try to take cover, but... So precise about ducking out of the way when trying to have an opportunity. It becomes a little annoying. I'm also a little susceptible to annoyances right now, I think. So, also that. Is line with this, pretty much. Oh, well, sort of. He hit me. Jesus. Like, there's no effective way for you to sort of stealth around the sniper thing. I don't think you can really pop out to bait him into taking a shot and missing, and then... I don't know. I'm sure you can do it, but because of the way the sniper doesn't, like, at all interact with the cover and leaning system, it makes the whole endeavor a little awkward. Like, you have to do things totally different than you would any other weapon as regards to sort of going in and out of cover. Spawns anyone behind us? See, like, it's... Yeah, I think this is where you're supposed to drop that thing. Actually, I wonder if you can flank them. Yeah, I guess you can. Makes sense. Oh my god. Still probably a significantly more convenient way of dealing with those guys. That's happened a lot of times where I want to stun them with a shot or two before punching, and they just die. It is very satisfying, again, that the enemies themselves, like the individual enemies, are not spongy. That is so, like, it's so easy to imagine this being exactly the same, except enemies are also super spongy. All right, there's an armor there, but I'm gonna hold off on picking it up a little bit. We're gonna start having to deal with some invisible guys pretty soon, too. Lock on! My god. Lock on just... I don't know. Maybe I wasn't facing sufficiently towards the enemy. I guess the health bar is flashing to indicate I'm at less than 50, which means this will not give us full health. Or just barely exactly, dude. Where the hell is that guy? There, I guess. Pretty nice. I made him drop his gun and pull out his sidearm, so I actually got ammo for both weapons for killing him. A nice touch. Wanted to... Yep. Aye, that's the guy I wanted to fucking shoot. Got him pretty quickly. I'm very frustrated right now that the lock-on from the Bond vision used to cooperate. When mechanics, like, just don't behave consistently, an immediate source of frustration, for sure. So I think the yellow thing means you're, like, a suboptimal range. All right, there's an armor right above, or right ahead, not right above us. Those shutters are going to open. Might work. Really quite work either, but worth a shot. Nice. These guys are weirdly tanky when it comes to that. I mean, it's not just these guys, granted, but launcher. Camera. I have no idea what's going on. Okay, I think that's another invisible guy. Honest. There wasn't an invisible guy right here. Okay, I'm actually doing way better on health right now, I think. Ammo, not sure, but I have close quarters here, so the shotgun might do okay for us. See him, but technically I guess the sniper rifle sort of works because you can actually, that's the one weapon you can actually aim. EMP. That fuck up the thing? I guess it probably does. I guess it probably does not. I'm dead. Jesus fucking Christ. You die so goddamn quickly because I was being shot at from behind. Oh. I'm very frustrated because I'm like, oh man, I cut the stream at just the right point last time to give us a nice breezy walk towards the finish line today. Now I'm like, I don't think we're gonna, like, I kind of want to stop playing right now. And I feel a decent amount of stress from the idea of kind of having to finish this and not knowing how many more attempts it's gonna take. Because we're beginning to run a little short on time. And I'm worried that I'll try to go faster and it's gonna go worse. But at least I feel like I'll be able to repeat what we just did, basically. Up until that point. And just have to be a little more careful.
Jitter Bond.
Thank you, Space Hoppercopter, for that vote of confidence. At the very least, that's how I choose to interpret it. I think the barrel didn't really do much, but funnily enough, just like running in, guns blazing, it's like the tactically just like advantageous option. Got kind of exploded by this. But that's okay. There is armor right outside, but what I'm gonna do is I will double back and get the armor outside this other room. I think like the enemy. Yeah, I guess so. But I do, like, conceptually, design-wise, I think it works out pretty well how you have to be a little mindful. You can't just generally run in guns blazing, which is why it's surprising that, that it works here. You kind of want to pick off enemies in as small a group as possible. You don't want to get flanked because you are very vulnerable. You die very quickly if you're getting shot at. It's just that when you get assaulted from like multiple directions, it can be hard to deal with, because a lot of the time it is tough, specifically because you can't really tell what direction you're being attacked from, and you're not really sort of equipped to deal with it until it's like kind of too late. Down here, I got him. Nice. Down here. Oh, okay. Don't quite want to push forward just yet. Well, that guy on the left, of course. Awkward angle. Ammo also. That just collect some ammo. Okay. Someone shooting me from above somewhere. Oh, it's probably this guy. There's like enough dudes in a small enough area from enough different directions, but you can start to memorize a sort of flow to the enemy waves, but definitely not like memorizing the whole sort of sequence. People is fucking me up. There. I don't even remember like shooting a guy up there before. Have to try to deal with the sniper. Got pushed off. Like, I don't know, it looked very weird. I got like pushed away from the crate because of the rifle's length, I think, but now I'm just clipping into it. Who knows? We're alive, and I think I still have that armor. Oh, I guess this, you drop this down and it changes this space entirely. Interesting. But given that we don't get a bond move for it, I have to assume that, like, any kind of special interaction like that seems like generally there'll be a way for you to do it that will give you a bond move. More guys right in front, yeah. He shot me, by the way. There we go. That guy lived. Looked perplexed as to what just happened. All right, let's. Ooh, yeah. Double back. Guys here, I think. At the very least, we can flank them. Care of all of them. think we'll grab... Actually, we can grab this armor first. Not even the armor I was thinking of. I was thinking of the one earlier on, but that works. So many dudes. More not armor, unfortunately, more ammo for me. Okay. Good enough. Armor back here. So the important part here basically is to deal with the... It's so annoying when they like pop out of a corner and instantly shoot you. Ugh. Anyway, we need to deal with the rocket launcher guys and that guy over there. Oh my god. Could have been worse. Be an invisible guy here at some point, but I'm going back for the armor. I was about to say, like, oh yeah, this part should be fine. I think I have a good handle on it, but turns out I did not. Oh, ammo. I did get the rocket guy up top, at least. Oh, this is kind of nice. This lets you double back for the spider armor more quickly, or whatever other armor you might have left behind. And there should be the armor at the beginning of the room. Alright, so did I trigger the invisible guy yet? No, it's probably... He triggers when these shutters open, I reckon. So let's get these shutters open. I'm mashing so hard, and he just won't punch. No, he's not dead. Just... Need to save every bit of armor we can. So we'll try to deal with these guys and not collect this armor here. Rather double back to the beginning of the room. No such thing as being too cautious at this point. The game helpfully opened up this little shortcut for us, so... Given some leftover ammo. I think I left this, at least. I did. Beautiful. Now, we were in pretty much this same position last time. Except I have one more armor left up here, the last one. But by the time we make it into this building, I think things are going to be largely the same. I'm thinking... thinking I might want to use the shotgun for the invisible guy on the left. OTG punch. I mean, that worked out okay. We can try to deal with the first room here. There's armor up there. Hey, maybe I can rappel up there. Seems reasonable. That hit something. I'll go back for this armor. Because I was gonna say, this is that room, so okay, I didn't kill him, so I don't know where the fuck he went, but out, I guess. He's invisible. That's why I didn't see where he went. Alright, well, we're okay. So, not in fact seem like we can repel here. I guess we're supposed to go up someplace else and drop down here. Can we repel from the outside? Can. Not necessarily seem like it's going to give us a strategic advantage beyond dropping down there, but we got some sniper ammo out of it. So I'm trying to think. There's... No, I shouldn't grab this because if we need it, if we can double back, I'm going to be very happy that I left it. That one rocket there shouldn't kill me. I'm guessing I'm close to the end, but I don't think leaving that armor is going to be a life or death type matter.
You can't hide for long.
Alright, he's got a rocket. Tell me if Brodsky, what that means. Well, it's time to go collect that armor, I think. Actually worked out pretty well. There might be just like a safe walk to the exit, but you can't fault me for not making that assumption at this point in time. Alright, I am glad I saved the armor. I still took some... Yeah, like those, the nano bot enemies are a real threat, and they're not the only one. Oh boy, this looks open. Wow, that's the thing we saw on that other computer. I hope that doesn't mean we had to interact with it somehow, because it didn't seem interactable. Okay, that looks like some kind of panel. I'm not gonna head out in the fucking open. Okay, there's armor. That's good. kind of worked. What was that other? Is this the exit? I don't know what was going on in those other doors, but there's fucking enemies there, so... Oh! Okay, that should at the very least be a checkpoint, right? We keep going. Holy crap. Music's pretty cool, but holy shit. Please let this be a cool showdown and not a fight against 2 million dudes again. It looks pretty showdown-y.
This is where you die.
Oh. It's actually, nope. Shootable, I guess. Is that what that says? I try to dodge. Well, let's hope there's a checkpoint. Okay. See, I'm totally fine. Like at this point, it's like a fresh new start. I'm back to being excited. Still a little bit pressured as far as time goes, but I'm sure I'm stuck on scenery. Maybe that's what we're supposed to use. I thought maybe we were supposed to do something with these cannons or turrets or what have you, but... Each one... Oh, boy! Oh. Trying to dodge. Oh, boy. Well, we defeated Diablo, and I touched a thing with my foot. Okay. I think I've got a decent grasp on what's going on here. We shoot a couple of rockets up there. You know, a little bit anticlimactic as far as the fight goes, but I'm all right with it. It's a blessing after what we just went through to have this not be an ordeal, you know. I guess we're supposed to man one of those cannons and maybe hack it. But I think it said something about Haretto ni mukai rocket. Oh yeah, okay. So head to the turret. That thing? Oh no, there's a little exit or entrance thing here. Oh. You missile command? Dude, that's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. Oh, what a beautiful transition. Hey, she's back in cutscene form once again.
What happened?
They fell for each other.
And what about us? Oh, James. What was that for?
Call it a hint of bigger things to come.
Oh, big Bond gaming. Putting down the controller. Surely there's... Oh yeah, I should be ready with the volume slider. Oh. Oh, James Bond will return. We even get that. How sick is that? Alright, so I don't know if this techno remix is DMCA protected. I'm gonna drop the volume down just to be sure. See if that might help. Oh. It's weird that it said James Bond will return the first thing, but anyway. Dude, this game fucking owned so extremely hard. That final mission was a little bit of a problem. And I will say, I think I would have liked a proper send-off for Heidi Klum and really Willem Dafoe as well. But comparing it to the movies, surely like his demise was not by any means subpar. This game as a whole has just been so spectacular in its spectacle that it seemed a little surprisingly sort of down to earth. But the like exploding his little what's the word? Little hut cabin. Is that the word I'm looking for? His little cabin up there. So it fell into a little rocket pit. That was pretty cool. It was just funny when we shoot down their VTOL plane that the plane like crashes and you see the ejection seat sort of fly off almost off frame to I guess sort of make it slightly well, it's kind of weird too. I was going to say to make it sort of ambiguous that he survived, but they don't really make a thing out of that. And then but that also means that Heidi Klum sort of just explodes off screen, which is a little bit unsatisfying. It would have been nice to have like a close-up shot of her. I mean, you see them sort of panicking at first, but then after he ejects himself and leaves, like it makes it a little unclear as to why she couldn't have just done the same thing. So like if we had an insert shot of her like jamming on a lever and it didn't work or something, just to see what kind of I mean, I can piece together what happened, but it would make it a little more satisfying. So I think that final level is a doozy, but I'm sure like having seen the entirety of it, I wouldn't feel as flustered with it. It's not the kind of thing where I'm so happy to be done that I wouldn't ever want to replay it. It's not the level I would be the most excited to replay. But I would be excited to replay more levels to unlock more stuff and unlock more cheats, which could presumably make replaying it a little more, pleasant. But I think it definitely didn't falter in terms of tension and excitement. I mentioned that earlier in the game it felt a little bit clunky how the escalation towards the sort of final act, the act 2 sort of section, if you will, felt a little meandering and sort of, again, Bond going back to Peru to just sort of stumble into a trap makes him look a little stupid. And they kind of they jump through a couple of hoops to learn things that they could have learned with significantly less trouble. However, once we kind of get into the final stretch, it does feel like the final Russia levels are definitely an escalation in not necessarily coolness. I mean, it certainly is an escalation in difficulty and challenge and, that whole thing, but it doesn't feel I wouldn't say that those levels were the coolest, but they were intense, and I think they're not entirely inappropriate. Like, I think the final level, just having one more checkpoint, I would have had no complaints, because it was really just redoing that section. I like that Misaki Ito is just credited as Q assistant. He's not credited as Miss Nagai, just Q assistant. Pretty funny. But yeah, the final levels aren't the most fun, but they aren't bad, and I think it's a perfectly valid approach. And again, like compared to so many other games, like the final level in Nightfire, I mean the penultimate level, I guess, the level before the final space showdown, I was a little bit frustrated with, and I didn't like super enjoy. And I felt that was got more tedious than this ever did. But I also think in this game, it was a more noticeable difficulty spike. Like, the final level in this game is so much longer than any other level that it sort of exacerbates some of the issues with it. But I'm glad I completed it, and frankly, it didn't take that many attempts. It's just that it felt a little hopeless at times. But it is pretty much what I said before, right? Where every attempt is better than the last. All right, let's listen to this.
And the reality of these games is very, very close to the reality of the Bond movies. I remember going to the Bond movies myself when I was in my very early 20s, and coming out, walking slightly differently, kind of beginning to act it out. It's a great temptation, I think, at least for all young males.
He's a stud. He's hot. My mom knows who he is. I remember watching as a child, James Bond, James Bond, James Bond.
I've met young kids out there, and I don't think they've even seen the Bond movies. They've heard of the Bond movies, but they connect straight to the game because that's where their head is at. They're in the game world. And they play all the games that are out there, and the Bond ones have always been the most successful.
For me, gaming is
a slight stretch, perhaps.
I'm very competitive. For me, it amps me up. I'm like, no, I'm gonna make this work, and I'm gonna win, and I'm gonna get there, and it's a big deal for me. I play Serena St. Germain. I'm an American geologist working in South America, and I help James Bond defeat the villains. It's amazing for me to be involved in such a great project with so many amazing actors, Judi Dench and William Dafoe and Pierce Brosnan.
Beautiful, aren't they? First, we take over Russia. Then we unleash our little nanobots on the world.
I play Katyana Donova, and I'm an ex-KGB agent, and I'm a real bad girl. Well, we started the day by scanning my face with this high-tech machine. It's a cyber scan machine where you see completely everything from all different angles, so they get exactly the way I look. I can't wait to play myself. To play myself. I wonder how that's gonna be.
I just have to say I had a ball recording the song for Everything and Nothing. I did something musically that I've never done before. Number one, video game. I'm actually involved in animation as well, so I have all these things going through my head when I'm in the booth.
But the great thing about this game is that the kids get the chance actually to be Bond, and so they have the relationship with me in the game that Bond has with me in the movies.
I provided you with a device called a steering wheel, 007. Perhaps you should try to find it.
Ah, the old Q lab. Feels just like coming home. You've got the cast. What they've done here is they've created the whole ensemble of a Bond movie within the world of video games. I've seen other people crack at it, but this time they've got my likeness and they've got my voice. Bond. James Bond.
It's lovely that Bond is really so loved, and that it's out there on a regular basis. And, we're missing making a movie this year, so the game is there.
Love hearing geriatric old men explain video games to me. I mean, that's cool though. I'd seen that. I didn't watch the video, but I knew it existed. I'd had it downloaded, I think, but I didn't want to watch it before we played the game. Not that it really spoiled or showed anything, but I wouldn't have known that before I saw it. It's a weird thing that it just cuts to it. Like, you finish the level, then credits, then a little behind the scenes featurette, and then the stats. But here we are. All right, 1 out of 3 Bond moves. There's a Q spider thing, of course. I did drop this thing. I think... Oh yeah, this is the spider... I'm confused. So this kind of looks like the computer that you get to with the little Q spider thing at the beginning. But I'm assuming this is something to do with the later... like the very end where I sort of just went fuck it and went to the exit instead. Because these tend to be in a rough chronological order also. So this is probably... Oh yeah, that's right, because the one time I did do the spider thing to get in there, I'm pretty sure it did give me a Bond move, so it would have been this. Makes sense. Surprisingly, for such a long level, there's only really these 3 things. 78 enemies, felt like a lot more. 16% efficiency, 70. So how much time? What's the par time? 6 minutes. Holy shit. Now, I'm not exactly sure how it counts the time, because we got to the checkpoint and then it took like 2 attempts for the other part. Although I guess we wouldn't have lost that much time on that. But dude, 6 minutes, you gotta be real fucking confident about where to go and where the enemies are. I wonder if there's places where, I mean, obviously I wasn't going fast, but it didn't feel like I could have gotten that much faster, given that, you know, you'd run around the corner and there'd be 4 enemies just killing you instantly. Anyway, we did it. I'm happy enough with that. Bronze medal. Oh, MI6 Combat Simulator. I guess this is another bonus mission. MI6 Survival Test. Pierce Brosnan does not look excited about that. Let's save. That's sick. We are, however, running quite short on time. So we will not have time to inspect the GBA game to figure out what the deal was with that blackjack thing. That's gonna have to wait for another day. I also don't feel like I have time to take a look at these bonus missions. I reckon they're probably not that exciting. I didn't mean to do this. Oh, this is kind of cool. We hear the techno music again. Anyway, Objective 1. Welcome to the MI6 Combat Simulator 007. できる限り長いラウンドを生き延ってください. Alright. 生き延って. Alright, so, 敵をすべて倒せば次のラウンドへ進めます. Okay. So, it's a wave-based survival thing, I guess. It just says, try to survive to as late a round as possible. By clearing out every enemy, you will advance to the next round. But we won't do that. That's kind of sick, though, that they have the techno remix of the theme song and it plays. Yeah, so these are just added to the end here. That's so cool. I fucking love that you have the sum score. So we achieved 6.47 million, I guess. That's our final score. Oh, I should actually put that in the spreadsheet. Speaking of, that's gonna wrap up Everything or Nothing, and that's where we end the timer. 13 hours, 33 minutes, 41 seconds of pure Bond bliss. This game was fucking amazing, and I fear that nothing else will come close. That's gonna be okay. I'm sure there will be plenty of games coming up that will be interesting and exciting and fun in their own right, but the bar has been set very high, and we're gonna go from one extreme possibly to another with what's coming next, I believe, and that's gonna be quite something. But before we concern ourselves with that, it's time to do a little bit of spreadsheet editing. So let me prepare that a little bit. And this background music is gonna drive us slightly nuts, I think, if it's gonna keep looping forever. So I think we won't have time to really play or look at more stuff. I would have liked to inspect more unlockable stuff just to kind of see what's up. But this game was sick, so maybe, just maybe, we'll want to come back to it some other time anyway. But we'll cut the feed there. Turn off the upscaler. Forget. Let us get some kind of music up here in the background just to keep us company. And let us instead inspect the old spreadsheet. Let me see if I have that ready to go. Do that. There we go. Would I say that this game is an S tier? Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. It is a great game, but I also think, based on how our current tier list is calibrated, this is an easiest question in my life. Like, is this a top 3 game? Yes, like, no doubt about it. Is it the best? Is it top 1? I think it's better than Nightfire by a significant margin, and I'm pretty sure... Actually, I was going to say I'm pretty sure we placed that in S tier. I don't think we placed that yet, because we think we played it... No, we might have, actually. I forget if we did the last tier list update before or after we played that, but I remember us discussing it, and I think console Nightfire ended up in S tier, and I think this is like a stratosphere above. Some people might balk at the idea of ranking this side by side with Master System James Bond: The Duel, but I think for what that game did and how sort of engaging it was, I still think that's an excellent game, and I think that game had fewer frustrations than this did. So, because that game and the Game Boy game were like the original S tier ranked games, and this game is easily up there with those. If someone said this, if someone had played every Bond game and said this was the best or their favorite, I don't think I'd take any umbrage with that whatsoever. I think that's like the obvious choice, which isn't to say that it's obvious in the sense that it is clearly the best, but what I mean is it's the most sort of obviously crowd-pleasing and doing everything you would want, like before getting into personal eccentricities and taste and very specific criteria that you judge things by on a very sort of generic good game scale. I think this is a way better, like, I was gonna say a way better game than something like GoldenEye. I mean, I probably do think that, but they are difficult to compare in some ways. But I think this is a more well sort of rounded and well executed and interesting game in so many ways. It's an amazing game. We will get to ranking more games on the tier list eventually. I'm not sure when is going to be a nice like appropriate time to check back in and do that. I'm not sure if we're going to wait all the way up to number 40. I think that's going to be quite a long time. Because we did it after 1 year when we had played like 18 games or something, and then we did it after 25 games. I think, yeah, that was the thing we did, which the game number 25 was Nightfire. So at 25 games, we're halfway through the list, so we did another update. So I'm not sure when we will do the next tier list update, but I'm kind of looking forward to it. But it makes sense, I think. Actually, looking at the list, right? We have it in front of us. Let me do this so we can look at it a little easier for those of you who may be on phones or smaller screens. Let's do this at least. So game number 31, Everything or Nothing for PS2. And this is what I mean about going from one extreme to the other. The next game is GoldenEye Rogue Agent, which I think is going to be fairly miserable. After that, the debut Nintendo DS game, which is also Rogue Agent. And then From Russia with Love. And then we have a slew of phone games. Back to Java phone games. Silverfin, which is based on a series of novels, I think, about James Bond as a youth in his boarding school or whatever. There's a game based on that. And then there's the Casino Royale, James Bond Trivia, James Bond Top Agent. Before we head into the... I was going to say the Daniel Craig era. I guess Casino Royale is also Daniel Craig, but... After From Russia with Love, I think it's going to mark a pretty clear sort of break point, even though there is another PS2 game in the future. Like, after 33, 34, whatever, yeah. Maybe that would be a good time for another tier list update. Anyway, let us update this. Final time, 13, 33, 41. Mission status completed. Completed the game on agent difficulty with a score of okay, what was it? 6.47 million, I think. I'll check with the footage and make sure that's correct at some point. Just enjoy being able to take that note. So that means that we shall update this way. I can't do that in this way. Forgot. But everything or nothing is green. Unbold it and highlight Rogue Agent as the next game. However, there is a chance that in between Everything or Nothing and Rogue Agent, that we could complete another daily objective and unlock the next secret mission. I haven't advertised this or talked about it too clearly, but I do count contributions, even if they, like, regardless of what stream they happen. It doesn't have to be during a Bond stream. And I'm definitely not ready to jump into Rogue Agent immediately after this. So the next handful of streams, probably, like, I have a bunch of toys to unbox, and I am waiting for another shipment that I think is likely to arrive during this week. So I think probably this coming Saturday, we might do a fairly sizable toy unboxing stream. There's also been a very exciting development in the form of a Zeebo emulator being released that apparently does have very limited compatibility. Does, however, fully support the Zeebo exclusive Double Dragon game. And I am both personally extremely curious and excited to try that game, but I also feel on some level I am obligated to play and stream that game and talk about it. So that might happen on Wednesday. In other words, we are most likely looking at a couple of streams before we return to Games Bond, before Games Bond returns, as it were. And that might allow us to complete this goal before then, in which case we might take a detour for secret mission number 5 before GoldenEye Rogue Agent. But we'll see how that develops. Now, let us hop on back to the spreadsheet, because we have, of course, one more important order of business. And that is to calculate the bond quotient. I think there's a few people that have been looking forward to this, myself included, to see whether or not, as some have speculated, Everything or Nothing will be the highest ranking game of all so far. And I think chances are pretty decent. I see now that apparently I skipped the GBA game altogether. I thought I did it very hastily, but in fact we skipped it altogether. We can try our best to fill it in, but I think it's going to be... my memory is going to be a little hazy. So I'm hesitant to try to do it. I think at this point what we're going to want to do is probably not necessarily make a big Games Bond stream out of it, but maybe on some general casual Saturday stream or something, go back to that game, take a look at the whole blackjack thing, and maybe review the footage to make sure that we fill this out properly. I'm not sure, but we'll focus on the game we've just finished, and I will make sure that the GBA game gets filled out sooner or later. So what is bond quotient, you might be asking, if you're not a regular viewer? Well, we were discussing tier lists and the qualities of Bond games and judging which is the best Bond game. That's what tier lists are for. The bond quotient is not for deciding which is the best James Bond video game. It is to determine which is the most James Bond video game. And the method by which we are doing so involves picking out criteria, recurring elements that we have seen in many a Bond film, and judging whether or not a game has chosen to replicate this aspect of Bond cinema. And as you can see, it's a very simple calculus here. We have a list of, I believe it's 30 categories or somewhere around that number. And a game can receive a full point or a half point for replicating this element. And half points are usually given on kind of a case-by-case basis if there's something that's sort of in the spirit of it, but maybe not literally, or they did kind of a half-assed job, that kind of thing. This will produce a raw value, which is we've called it here, what did it say? The raw bond quotient. And this is simply a sum of all these numbers. In the end, when I've gone through the trouble, what I will do is I will review every Bond film, which I will gladly do in the company of you, dear viewer, on my Discord. And I will check off the same exact categories for the films so that we can balance and weight these criteria based on their prevalence in the films. Because if an element is present in every single Bond movie, we want to make sure to properly reward a game for including it. But some of these things I'm sure will not be in every Bond movie. Some of them may be something we think of as iconic for Bond, but it might only be in half of the movies or something. You know, that could be the case. And if that is the case, we want to make sure that a game is rewarded more for including the things that are in more Bond movies as opposed to the ones that are in fewer. That's the basic idea. So we can get kind of a preview by seeing the raw number here. But in the end, these could possibly shift around quite a bit once we weight these numbers properly. So with that explanation out of the way, let's go through them one by one and check off these things as they appear in the game. Gunplay. Well, clearly, there's a lot of shooting guns in this game. No debate there. Fisticuffs, I would say, without much doubt, the finest fisticuffs in a Bond game. Quite exciting, quite cool. We could even toss dudes over railings. No notes. They nailed it. Gadgets, absolutely. I think that was handled pretty well too. Driving, car, yes. Driving, other, yes. And the driving was like some of the best shit in the game. That's incredible. Car gadgets, yep. We sure had a lot of car weapons, at least. But that counts. The motorcycle had a flamethrower, which is sort of a weapon, but it's also kind of a gadget. I'm trying to remember. Well, the car had a remote control car in it. If that's not a car gadget, I don't know what is. The car had a gadget that is a car that has gadgets. Like, you can't get more high-level car gadget than that. Charm/smarm. This is a sort of vaguely defined category that is sort of just a catch-all for whether the game captures the tone of the dialogue primarily. Doesn't strictly have to be Bond's dialogue, but you know, sometimes you may have a narrator or a general vibe that captures that essence. I think in this game, Pierce Brosnan doesn't have like a ton of dialogue like during gameplay, but there's a bit of intermittent chatter, and I think in the cutscenes he feels completely faithful to the the Pierce Brosnan Bond from the films. So I think they capture the tone of the character very well. Again, no real complaints, and if anything, some of the aspects are slightly heightened, much like the action and everything too. So absolutely. Drinking. Now this one I'm not entirely sure about. We've been playing this game for so long that there's a lot of earlier cutscenes and stuff that I can't quite recall off the top of my head. I feel like there's probably some chilling with a alcoholic beverage of some kind, but I'm not positive. We had that thing about going on a date with Willem Dafoe, but we got kidnapped before we made it there. So no cocktails or anything there, but I'm gonna leave this blank because I'm actually not sure. I feel like it feels with how thorough the game is with everything else, it'd be surprising if there was no scene like that at all, but I can't actually recall off the top of my head. So we'll leave it blank. I'm not gonna put a 0 because I don't know definitively that it's not in there, but I can't actually remember. Let's scroll on further. Stunts. Hell yes. There were so many exciting big stunt set pieces. I mean, the game fucking starts right off with the whole rappel thing, which would have been like a marquee stunt in a movie. Then you have like so many different vehicular stunts, death-defying leaps and big explosions and whatever else. So yeah, not even a question. Gambling, I don't think was present. When it was hinted at in the Game Boy Advance game, I'd assumed that we would get to a casino in this game. But nope, the levels are so different. That's not a thing. So I'm pretty sure that's a 0. But again, I feel like there's so much going on that I don't actually... I'm like trying to remember the stuff early in the game, and it's like, oh shit, there was a whole thing with the New Orleans where we snuck into the club. We found a lady just chilling there, so we gave her a massage. Maybe there was a bar for sure. I don't know if there was drinking there, but I'm gonna leave gambling blank until we can. I think there's gonna be few zeros here, because everything that's like that isn't in the game, I'm gonna be like, dude, but maybe there was, because this game had everything. And I won't be sure that it didn't have any one of these things. But of course, as far as the tally at the end, it's going to count nothing as 0. So we'll... Before all is said and done, I will definitely go back and check all these blank... There's some blank spots for quite a few of these games. And I'll make sure that I know a definitive answer for all of them. But for now, we'll leave it blank. Globetrotting, absolutely. The New Orleans stuff, awesome, like very flavorful, good use of the location. Moscow, you know, we're at the Kremlin, there's giant Soviet flags. Peru, nice, scenic. We have this, like, the mine hidden in the old temple stuff and whatever, like really good use of location. We have the ancient pyramid and shit, like, yeah, very well done. M briefing, yep, we had a few different kinds of briefings, like in-person briefings, which is like the sickest kind, but we had some like more typical cutscene radio briefings as well. We had queue briefings, most of which happened in Q branch. That's sick. We did not have any kind of money penny, which I hadn't thought of much until just now, but does stand out, I think, as a notable exclusion given how much of everything else is there. Given the fact that there are 2, if not 3 separate occasions where you have a mission that is just being at the MI6, like Scotland HQ, getting a briefing, that it seems like there would have been ample room to fit in Moneypenny. So she's kind of conspicuously absent. Only in the context of this game, of course. Looking at this list, she actually has not been in that many games. Yeah, now that I see it, I'm like, you know, I kind of miss having her in the game. Yeah, the Japanese lady, but even then, for being a sexy lady in a Bond game, there's shockingly little, I feel, happening between her and Bond. Anyway, I digress. Bond, James Bond. That line is said in on more than one occasion, in fact. Which makes sense, you know. In a 2-hour movie, maybe you'll have it happen once, but in a 14-hour game, yeah, you can stand to repeat that line a few times. You did not bring the Moneypenny chemistry. Well, you didn't quite bring the Brosnan era Moneypenny extreme horniness, at least. Which is probably for the better. Bond theme was indeed featured prominently, as it should be. The game has a pretty good theme song, and in fact, we got 2 versions of it. That was cool, and we have the gun barrel start things off, and the proper opening credits with the opening theme song. Like it's what every game should do, and they nailed it. They understood the assignment. Product placement, yes. As previously noted, we have an Aston Martin car, we have a Porsche, I think it is, the Cayenne, right, the SUV. There's the Triumph motorcycle. Technically speaking, the guns actually all have correct legal names, which I don't know if that counts as product placement or if it's licensed. There doesn't appear any legal text or anything. And that is only really noteworthy because up until this point, most Bond games that feature real-life weaponry do not name them by their real names. But this game actually does. Either way, the vehicles are certainly enough to qualify. Bond in Peril. Does the game feature a scene in which Bond has been captured or otherwise being in peril? Absolutely. I would say one of the coolest Bond in Peril scenes in a game because it actually has gameplay. You're playing Bond in Peril when you're tied up and you have to find the EMP grenade coin thing in your inventory to explode the drill about to drill into Bond's chest. That was pretty sick. Bond likeness. This is a bit of a dodgy category because obviously we can't really compare this to the movie. But just as a record for the games to compare them to each other, it's worth noting that this game does in fact feature Bond's likeness and Pierce Brosnan's voice unusually. So that's kind of cool, but we won't linger on that. Alright, last stretch of categories. Sexy ladies, absolutely. We have 3 central sexy ladies, right? We've got Shannon Elizabeth, we've got Heidi Klum, we've got Misaki Ito. One of whom is in fact a sexy lady, comma, evil. Dick powers are prominently on display. I want to say that there's like a brief moment between Bond and Heidi Klum before she has been revealed to be evil. I vaguely recall that. But of course we have the traditional it's almost like it doesn't qualify because Shannon Elizabeth, her character is in the game. She's almost in the game enough to actually develop some kind of relationship with Bond, to which, like, to the point where it's almost believable that they could have, like, sort of a fondness for each other. But having said that, I think she pretty much falls for him the instant they meet, so it still counts for sure. I gotta say, there's a lot of ones on here and not a lot of not ones, and I think that's going to continue because we certainly have a henchman. In fact, we have 2 pretty good henchmen. I mean, Jaws is kind of a little fan servicey thing, but he's used very well. He is featured primarily in 3 actually notable boss fights. In one of them, he drives a truck and we don't see him, but he is driving the truck. He's there. He's there to be a boss, recurring mid-boss, which is like, I mean, what is that if not a henchman? Heidi Klum is obviously also a good henchman, villainous type character. She doesn't really... I wish we got to interact with her more. I would have liked a proper boss fight against her, but we can't have that as the criterion. Like, there's no way this game doesn't fulfill the criteria for having a henchman. Iconic villain is kind of a dubiously praised category here, but the idea is either a villain from a film or from the film the game might be based on, or something equivalent, which you may be surprised to learn that there are several Bond games that don't really have a central villain, which is a little bit strange, but that it is what it is. This game, however, had a scenery-chewing Willem Dafoe and a stupid haircut. Again, what more could you possibly ask for on this front? Villain's Lair. Yeah, I mean, what else would you describe that final stretch of levels as? There's world domination, fucking giant screens with world maps and charts, a little command pod. He can fire nuclear missiles from it. I mean, it's it could stand to be a little more opulent. It could be a little more, decorated. But by all important metrics, it is absolutely a villain's lair. Like the bad guys who fight in there could have had jumpsuits of some kind. But I do appreciate the guys with little berets. That's a nice touch. It's a nice little villainous goon design. I think there's no chance on earth that this game does not get the highest rank so far. There's like so many ones on this chart. Having said that, I think some of you may have had an easy time just counting the categories this game did not score a 1 in. But even so, I didn't. So let's find out where we stand as far as the raw bond quotient. 26. 26 out of, I believe, 30. And shockingly, looking at this list right now, that is only a half point above Nightfire. And that is not what I would have expected. Granted, there may be... Oh, shit, actually, it is more than that, because I missed the last category here, which is James Bond Will Return. I missed that because we added it very recently, and I am slightly blind. So that's my bad. 27. It is 1.5 point ahead. That seems a bit more like it, because Nightfire, frankly, is also doing pretty well for itself in many of these categories. Yeah, we do have a few blank categories that, well, might be filled in. I want to say that it seems, even though I guess they mostly hang out in cars or whatever, there might be a scene of Bond and Shannon Elizabeth having a drink at some point. It seems likely that it could be squeezed in somewhere, in which case we would have 28. And at this point, getting this like above 25, any singular point is like a, you know, is a kind of relative big difference. So it is the highest scoring game, and it is kind of in a tier of its own. But again, Nightfire is actually still pretty close behind, and from there it's a pretty quick drop off to like the low 20s. But I think what's going to be the most exciting thing really is to see moving forward, does this actually set the bar? Obviously, for something that's based on Quantum of Solace or whatever, it's going to be pretty tied to whatever that movie is. But I'm excited. I'm excited. It is also worth mentioning that this is a pretty binary way of judging it, right? And if we take Nightfire as an example, Nightfire does have an opening credits scene. It does have a theme song, but they're both like a little bit half-baked. Compared to Everything or Nothing. Like Everything or Nothing, like I remember we were even kind of discussing it at the time that yeah, we even gave it a half point for the opening credits because it has an opening scene, but it doesn't actually play the credits over it. And there were certain things there where I was like, does it should we really count it? But then I figured, you know, there's so many games that make no effort whatsoever that it's still worth, you know, giving credit for. And at the end of the day, if Everything or Nothing comes ahead by, you know, 1-2 points or so, that's still, you know, that's fair. That's how it shakes out. So we still have some data here to collect. Like I said, the GBA version stands at a 0, which is obviously not accurate, but I'll have to review the footage there some other time. We are in fact running quite late, and it just keeps happening. Without further ado, thank you very, very much for watching. I'm so thrilled that we finished this game. I loved it from beginning to end, pretty much, and I slightly dread moving on to GoldenEye Rogue Agent, but it's going to be really fun to talk about it and compare it, and it's going to be interesting to give it a proper go, because I only played it very briefly, and, you know, didn't make a serious effort to actually get through it. So let us see here. Restart this, and why don't we hop on our air bike and get ready to say goodbye. appropriate Bond jams here. Let me find out who is streaming that we might raid. What is happening on Twitch on this Monday night? You know, it's been a minute, I want to say, since we raided Duke. Been going for 5 hours 20 minutes, so let's raid him before he cuts his stream. Playing Wizardry 6 is good. It's the title of his stream. Well, we'll have to take his word for it, or just watch and figure it out for ourselves. Thank you very much again for hanging out. I'll be back Wednesday with I'm not really sure what, maybe Zeebo Double Dragon. We'll find out. Anyway, I'll see you then. Thanks for watching. Bye.